Morning. Welcome to the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission's first hearing of 2025. First, let me give a few thank yous. Thank you to our witnesses for sharing your expertise and for the work you've put into your testimonies. Thank you to the Senate Help Committee for giving us this beautiful hearing room. Thank you to the Senate Recording Studio for their assistance live streaming this event. And most importantly, thanks to our staff for pulling together everything that happens today. As a reminder to everyone attending here in person or listening online, the testimonies of our witnesses are available on the Commission's website, uscc.gov. Having written and listened to opening statements for 2 decades, I can tell you the ones delivered by Commissioner Shriver and I are the least interesting, so I'll keep this very short. Today's hearing is intended to get to the heart of our competition with China. We will examine China's plan to become a manufacturing innovation superpower. 10 years ago, President Xi and China's State Council issued a Made in China 2025 initiative. The initiative lays out China's plans to lead a new technological and industrial revolution. China has stated that it is not content with the United States as the world's economic and technological leader. Their goals was to become a manufacturing innovation superpower by 2025. Breaking news, folks, it's 2025, and I can report that China has made incredible and alarming progress in the technology areas targeted in the Made in 2025 initiative. That leaves us with the question that Commissioner Shriver came up with, which is, who is winning? Today, we will evaluate China's progress in 3 technology areas: biotechnology, aviation, and autonomy. These technology areas demonstrate the breadth of the Made in 2025 initiative. In biotech, China is building the infrastructure to ruthlessly dominate the biotechnologies of the future. In aerospace, China is working to permanently displace the United States and our European allies. In autonomous technologies, from manufacturing to military applications, China has made incredible strides in deploying frontier capabilities. Discussing these technologies today will shed light on questions confronting the Commission over the course of this year. It seems China has delivered in spades for the Made in 2025 initiative. What do the next 10 years look like? What will it take for the United States to respond to China's whole-of-nation innovation strategy? How should we enlist our friends and allies over the next 10 years to make sure the United States is not going it alone? We look forward to hearing from the witnesses on these questions and many more. And with that, Commissioner Shriver, you're an excellent partner on this commission, and I'll turn to you for a brief and undoubtedly amazing statement.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Kuiken. Let me join Commissioner Kuiken in thanking our witnesses. Appreciate putting in all the time that I know you did to prepare these statements. Having reviewed them, they're excellent. Look forward to the discussion. Let me also welcome Commissioner Brands, your first hearing as a commissioner. So thank you for stepping up and serving in this capacity. Made in China 2025 was a bold and audacious project, but it also clearly involved practices and policies that were in violation of China's global trade commitments. The successes of China Made in 2025, which I'm sure we'll hear much about today, do underline the importance for us and those in Congress and in the government to really take seriously what China's stated ambitions are in technology and in supply chain. The experience of the past 10 years demonstrates the immensity of the resources the Chinese leaders are willing to deploy towards these objectives. And there's little reason to suspect China's practices will change. The CCP aims to make China a leader in technological innovation and manufacturing key industries in the future. These are policies not just to achieve domestic growth and self-sufficiency, they are designed to ensure dominance and global dependency on China. Concerns about Made in China 2025 and related policies are most acute when it comes to technologies that augment China's military modernization. As our witnesses will testify, China pursues numerous overlapping policies in support of its goals, ranging from subsidies to various technology transfer policies to outright theft. However, the integration of civilian technology development with military innovation through military-civil fusion means that these industrial policies must be viewed in the context of Xi Jinping's goal to acquire a world-class military. So perhaps most important of all this, we need to understand, does the nature of this technological competition and the potential security implications of key technologies mean that the United States must develop new measures to boost our capabilities and prevent leakage to China? Or can the United States rely on the strength of its innovation ecosystem to simply run faster? So I look forward to the discussion today and learning from the expertise of our witnesses. I have the privilege of introducing our first panel. The first panel will provide a deep dive into how Chinese industrial policy developed three technologies that were either explicitly targeted and made in China 2025 or relied on technologies that benefited from this policy. Those three areas are biotechnology, aviation, and autonomy. We'll start with Dr. Drew Endy. He's the Science and Senior Fellow at the Hoover Institution and Martin Family Fellow in Undergraduate Education at Stanford University. Dr. Endy's testimony will evaluate China's progress in biotechnology and its future targets and capabilities in synthetic biology. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Richard Aboulafia. He's the Managing Director at AeroDynamic Advisory. He will discuss China's efforts in aviation, especially its challenges developing civilian passenger jets. Finally, we'll hear from Mr. Sunny Cheung, Fellow for China Studies at Jamestown Foundation. Mr. Cheung will discuss the evolution of autonomous technologies related to Made in 2025 and their military applications. Thank you all again, and the Commission is looking forward to your remarks, and Dr. Endy will begin with you.
Vice Chair Shriver, Co-Chair Kuiken, Commissioners, thank you for inviting me. I want to talk about the cost of time. In 2012, I was leading the United States delegation on synthetic biology as part of a trilateral effort with the national academies to develop a strategy for synthetic biology. Our partners were the United Kingdom and China. Our mission was to create a strategy that could be used to win the future via emerging biotechnologies. We succeeded. We also succeeded in getting London and Beijing to adopt our strategy and begin to implement it. We failed in Washington. That was strange. That was also 13 years ago. Since then, China has taken an all-of-nation approach to advancing biology as a technology. Why is this? President Xi is very clear about China's high-level needs and goals: resilient supply chains, economic self-sufficiency, solving the scourge of infectious disease, food security for a nation that has 4 times as many people as the United States, but only 3/4 as much farmland, social stability in a world and reality that is increasingly volatile. 21st century biotechnologies are arriving on time and are directly responsive to each of these high-level needs. Just as software creates the digital world, biology grows the living physical world. And biotechnology is what allows people to partner with biology to grow ever more of what we need. McKinsey estimates that by mid-century, up to 60% of the physical inputs to our economy will be grown with modern biotechnologies. It's not just the foods and the medicines and the fuels. It's the seatbelts, it's the computers, it's the archival data storage systems, it's the things you could never imagine would be encoded in DNA and grown. What choice did China have 10 and 20 years ago but to go all in on emerging biotechnology? So, what does an all-of-nation approach to advancing biotechnology look like? We hear about military-civil fusion and know how powerful that is, but all-of-nation is bigger than MCF. It looks like this. Real estate families donate billions of dollars to convert 9-story shoe factories in Shenzhen into best-in-the-world genomics facilities. That's how we got BGI. President Xi directly exhorting students and entrepreneurs with very clear statements about the importance of biotechnology. These are hanging in the lobbies of tech centers for decades. When you walk in the building and decide what type of entrepreneur do you want to be, maybe you should be a biotech entrepreneur. Not this year, not 2 years ago, but over a decade ago. Compare that with the 4 administrations it took for us to get an executive order signed in the United States about advancing biotechnology. It also looks like this. Parents with young kids hiring tutors to secure their children's livelihoods. What sort of tutors are we talking about? Genetic engineering. Why? So that when they get to college, they have a better chance at getting on the genetic engineering team. Not the basketball team, the genetic engineering team. That's what an all-of-nation approach looks like. So where are we now? Let's consider biotech ecosystem as a 4-layer cake: education, research, entrepreneurship, manufacturing. We can observe the following. Most teams in the genetic engineering Olympics, I started at MIT 22 years ago, they're from China. According to the Australians, most of the research in synthetic biology that's the most impactful is published by Chinese scientists. Used to be the United States. China surpassed us apparently in 2017. That ground that was shaking last month in San Francisco, thankfully it wasn't the San Andreas, but it was what was going down at JP Morgan Healthcare, where for the first time, pharmaceutical innovations were arriving from China. There's also the vibrant biomanufacturing ecosystem that's making money in China. And they're making money with low-value products, with low margins, poised to uptake higher-value products that can't be brought to scale for manufacturing in the United States. Incredible progress by incredible people, working incredibly hard with incredible support. If Lin-Manuel Miranda had been writing a different musical 10 years ago, we would have heard words like, "It must be nice. It must be nice to have President Xi on your side," if you were in biotech. So, I want to talk about the cost of time again. 13 months ago, I was in Washington meeting with another commission, the National Security Commission on Emerging Biotechnology. Their work takes time, and I'm looking forward to their forthcoming report. And they're an A+ team, and I know they're working incredibly hard. But over another year has passed, and here we are, still mostly talking about doing something about emerging biotechnologies. Maybe one day, this is strange. How about this instead? Why don't we simply agree that the Silicon Valley for 21st century biotech will be near Shenzhen? If instead we care to compete, we have less than 1,000 days to make a difference. Even the next year is important. In fact, the next 100 days are important, and tomorrow is important when you meet them. I've offered 8 specific policy recommendations in my written testimony, but I just want to emphasize a common theme that is a puzzle we've got that if we could unwind it would do the most to help the United States compete in biotech. Anyone who's a student of history of emerging technologies knows that we win when we take the very precious public treasure and invest it in the high leverage foundational work. And then we let our entrepreneurs compete on top of that. We win over and over again by doing that. Computing, internet, you name it. Somehow, though, with biotech, we've gotten ourselves turned around. And the reason is pretty straightforward. The applications of biotechnology are so urgent. Cure the disease yesterday. Get more biofuels right away. That the public treasure tends to go in the applications layer, and then we miss on the high leverage foundational stuff. If we could reverse that, we'd be much more efficient, we'd be much more effective, we'd be much more competitive. We instead hemorrhage appropriations on the apps. Please help. Thank you again for your invitation and for your service. I look forward to your questions.
Dr. Endy, thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Richard Aboulafia, who is joining us virtually.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner Shriver. To the Commission, thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to testify. My deep regrets and apologies for not being with you in person. Unfortunately, I'm here in Seattle at a conference, but it's my privilege to give you a briefing of what I've provided in my testifying paper and be available for questions. First of all, it's important to consider China's achievements in aviation in the broader context of history. Since really World War I, no company has successfully, I should say World War II, dawn of the jet age just after, no company or country has joined this industry as a player. Embraer of Brazil managed to start delivering regional jets. It's done a very good job of that. But joining the big jet club with Airbus and Boeing, a lot of people have talked about it. A lot of people have tried. No one has succeeded except for China. The old Soviet Union had kind of a parallel industry that developed, starting at around the same time, predictably enough. Of course, like every other consumer product in the old Soviet Union, it died as the wall came down. But China has joined the club. Sometime in the 1970s, they started putting considerable state resources into the development of a jetliner industry. Their first attempt was simply taking a Boeing 707 and copying it, and it became the Shaanxi Y-10. That went very badly wrong, but then they went down a path of actually creating something a bit more locally produced. About 15 years ago, they introduced the ARJ-21 regional jet, the C909, and about 150 of those have been built, but of course other people have joined the regional club. What's new this time is that about a year and a half ago, they began deliveries of the C919, a 150-seat proper jetliner that competes with the heart of Airbus and Boeing's product line. They've delivered, I believe, about 14 aircraft, 12 last year. This is a significant achievement for the simple reason that nobody else in the world has done it. And that alone, I think, is very much worth paying attention to and shows the incredible commitment of resources within China, both in terms of educational and technical institutions, the creation of a dedicated jetliner company sponsored by the state called COMAC, Commercial Aircraft of China. However, I should say that these perhaps aren't the very best jets ever built. The 909, the regional jet, is very much a copy of something that the West built in the 1980s. As soon as they start ramping up their other programs, it's not going to survive. But the 919 is a lot closer to its nearest analog, the Airbus A320neo and the 737 MAX. It's a bit heavier. It's not quite got the same range capabilities, but nevertheless, it's close to the capabilities of its Western equivalents. How did they get there? Well, very simply, lavish resources. Not quite whole of nation efforts, but really very significant in terms of just the sheer amount of capital provided to COMAC and to subsidiary organizations. COMAC is in theory a standalone commercial unit, but really its parent is AVIC, Aviation Industries of China, multiple divisions thereof. And that's very much a civil military crossover organization that is also responsible for meeting China's military needs. So COMAC is kind of a strange entity aimed at commercial markets with a lot of resources, including some of the resources provided to China's military entities, but nevertheless, in theory at least, it's commercial. There's one big issue with China's jets, however. Most of the equipment, the systems and technologies inside the jet, most particularly the engines, are effectively Western products. Some of those are the result of joint ventures between Western technology companies and systems companies and local Chinese producers with the stated goal, clearly, of copying them. But there are key areas, particularly engines, where that is not the case, where the engines are simply imported in a box. This represents a major issue for China moving forward. If they're going to achieve true self-sufficiency, they need their own engine industry. Obviously, an aircraft can't get off the ground without engines. They've started working on one, but here the barriers to entry in jet engines are even higher than in the airliner industry. As a matter of fact, there are only 2 countries in the world and 3 companies, Rolls-Royce of Britain and General Electric and Pratt & Whitney of the US, that can build a good commercial jet engine, or indeed a commercial engine of any kind. It's going to take many years and even more resources to be able to meet them with some kind of equivalent. It's not even guaranteed that they'll be able to. Therefore, for just because of engines alone, but certainly other key bottlenecks in technologies, the U.S. can govern what China does moving forward in terms of how many it builds, how many aircraft it builds, in terms of development of next generation aircraft, until they get that jet engine industry up and running. And we don't really know when that is. There are other limits too. For example, establishing a worldwide product support infrastructure is essential for exporting jetliners. That's going to be a very long road. Another question I've addressed in my report is to the extent to which U.S. and Western aircraft companies rely on China. The good news is, from the standpoint of actual value-added technologies, really not at all. The bad news is that there are key materials, whether it's rare earth elements or exotic metals, where, yes, China plays a very significant role, and that's something we need to keep an eye on. In conclusion, I've got a couple of recommendations. The most important to remember is that historically in this industry, a one-nation aircraft program doesn't do very well. Britain and France in the 1950s, for example, or even the Netherlands tried, and the Soviet Union is perhaps the best example. Everything was kept in country. The reason that the West's aviation industry is so great, frankly, is that because it crosses borders. People, capital, ideas, technologies all get shared between the US, Japan, Canada, South Korea, Germany, France, wherever else. And that's an enormous strength. So frankly, I believe the best way to compete with China with its one nation approach is to keep our system open, international, and able to leverage the best technological contribution from all of our friends and allies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Sunny Cheung.
Co-chairs, commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to testify. AI isn't just about large language model, its future lies in the physical world. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang has recently said that ChatGPT moment for robotics is just around the corner. And Tesla has always predicted that humanoid robotics will surpass the values of cars in the foreseeable futures. And this brings me to Make in China MIC 2025 scheme. Beijing grand strategy to dominate high-tech industry. Although the name might have faded, the vision remains very much alive. And China is pursuing automation not just to enhance manufacturing, but to reshape economic power, labor, and military capability. The Chinese government at both local and national levels has invested heavily in robotics through industrial plants and MCF military civil fusion fundings. China's goal is clear: to dominate the hardware, software, and supply chains. And through aggressive state-subsidized investment and acquisition, China is not just advancing its domestic industry, but also expanding the influence globally. There are 4 pillars of Chinese robotic and automation expansion. Firstly, industrial domination. China has built the world's largest robotics manufacturing ecosystem. This is now leading in industrial robotic production, rare earth refining, which is critical for actuators and motors, and state-subsidized robotic cluster. Today, it supplies over half of the world's new industrial robots, rapidly replacing foreign suppliers with domestic alternatives. Second, humanoid robotics. While Tesla Optimus prototype is famous, it's still developing. China, however, Unity G1 model has already demonstrated superior mobility at only $15,000, way cheaper than the Western alternatives. Making mass production more viable, China's focus on low-cost, scalable robotics accelerates its advantage in commercial deployment. Thirdly, robotics dog. China is rapidly advancing AI-integrated robotic mobility. Unity B2W robotic dog is now outperforming Boston Dynamics robotic dog in speed, agility, and AI control. signaling China's growing capability in next-generation robotic movement and autonomy. Fourth, China is integrating AI-driven drones and robotic combat systems into its military strategy. Its Rainbow, 彩虹, and Wenglong, 翼龙 UAV are widely used by PLA and exported to Middle East and Africa, disrupting Western security interests. These drones have already been deployed in combat zones like Libya, proving their effectiveness in modern warfare. Meanwhile, let's not forget DJI already commands over 90% of the global market in consumer drone, extending Chinese influence in both civilian and defense military UAV systems. That being said, despite all the advancement, China still relies on foreign suppliers for some of the critical components to build robots, such as AI chips, high-end actuators, robotic operating system, and this kind of reliance on foreign components represent an opportunity for the US and its allies to contain China's progress by tightening export control on advanced materials and manufacturing tools. China has yet to fully replace Japan and Germany precision motor and harmonic drives, key components for high-precision robotics. This dependency gives the US and its allies leverage to potentially delay and limit Chinese innovation process. And here are my recommendations for the US policymakers. Firstly, I think the US government should establish a dedicated task force or commission to examine critical components essential for robotic development, identifying domestic alternatives for actuators, sensor, AI processor, and implement chips at style policy to secure and strengthen US robotic supply chain. Second, the US government should also restrict Chinese access to key robotic components. And by tightening export regulation on this component, we can potentially slow down the Chinese ability to advance in high-end automation. Thirdly, the US should deepen collaboration with Japan, Germany, and other relevant European countries in order to counterbalance Chinese dominance in robotic manufacturing and innovation. The US should also establish joint R&D program with its allies to ensure that the US has secure access to vital robotic components. Lastly, the US should accelerate the development of AI-driven military automation, focusing on autonomous UAV defense, robotic infantry support, and AI-coordinated battlefield cooperation. To conclude, this is more than a technological race. This is a battle for economic and military power. China is moving aggressively, and China has already met many of the objectives it set a decade ago under the MIC Make in China 2025 Grand Strategy. However, this does not mean the US has lost. In fact, China has not yet achieved full dominance in the supply chain, and we see some vulnerabilities. And then China hasn't realized the full potential of robotics AI yet. That's why the US and its allies must act now to maintain leadership in the robotics and AI, ensuring this technology aligns with the values of the US and interests. And the stake couldn't be higher. Now is the time to act. Thank you, commissioners, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cheung. Thank you, all three witnesses. Again, excellent statements. And we're going to begin the round of questioning. And for fellow commissioners, we are going in reverse alphabetical order, starting with the prerogative of the co-chairs. So I will lead off. That means I go first. Dr. Endy, thank you again for your statement. You described the way we apply resources as basically inverted. We're focused more on applications, and I think your strong recommendation that we invest more in foundational biotechnology research. That still strikes me as somewhat of a broad category. Are there particular areas in the broad space of biotechnology foundational research that should have higher priority and move with the sense of urgency? And why might that be?
Thank you so much, Commissioner Shriver. It's a good question. Let me give you two examples. You hear people talking about creating cloud laboratories. Imagine being able to script an experiment on a computer and it runs in a facility somewhere else. We're familiar with cloud computing, AWS, and so on and so forth. People are creating businesses trying to make this real and work on the market. Imagine all of the foundational engineering truths that have to be figured out in order to have a network that actually works. Right? If Cisco long ago wanted to make routers, they needed to get wires to wire up correctly. And to get wires to wire up correctly, we need to have things like units of resistance for electricity flowing through metal. Things like the ohm, right? If you're in physics, you understand, like, oh, that's the unit of resistance for electrons throwing through wires. So what are the units for genes turning on and off? For DNA being read out in a cell? For a fermentation process making an energetic compound, right? The answer to all of these questions are crickets. We don't have metrology, the science of measurement, worked out for bioengineering. And so what that means is all of our workflows are Edisonian, tinker and test, do the best job designing with your fancy AI tools. But when you go build the actual thing, you got to put it in a lab and hope and pray that it works, and you try and find the one thing that works, and maybe you have to do that 1,000 times, right? Physically prototyping before you get. So an example of high leverage foundational research would be in biometrology, the weights and measures of the bioeconomy. Classically in the United States, this has been done by Commerce through NIST. NIST has a physical measurement lab, a materials measurement lab. That's how we get the kilogram, the second, that gives us GPS and everything else. But we don't have a biomeasurement lab. So that's an example of something, if you hadn't thought about it before, it's underneath the surface of things. It's like, whoever thinks about that? Well, that's because the ohm was figured out in the 19th century, right? And we depend on it now. So metrology would be an example. Here's another thing. If you want to win in anything in emerging tech, you got to be smart, you got to be hardworking. But what's more important is the tools you've got for observing, making measurements, making models, computing, prototyping, right? So tools for making, modeling, and measuring with and of biology, absolutely critical. Why do we only have breakthroughs like CRISPR once every decade or so? Like, that's bizarre. There's so much low-hanging fruit. The answer is because we are not laser focused on how people spend time and money when they do biotech research. When our students do something, when our entrepreneurs do something, where does the time and money go? And if we pay attention to that, we could ask, where are there opportunities for improving the tooling? Ever better tools for ever better biotechnology. The secret sauce of Silicon Valley is not all the things we consume, but it's the fact that it's got a critical mass tool developer ecosystem that makes ever better tools for measuring, modeling, and making electrical systems. We need that critical mass engine running for biotechnology. A specific recommendation then would be to create a national biotechnology accelerator that's not doing biofuels for the Department of Energy or biodefense for the DoD, but its only mission is to make better tools. These are all relatively tight, not too expensive packages that have unbelievable leverage and ROI.
Thank you. I'm going to try to get a second question in here to Mr. Cheung. You described, my words, not yours, but basically a combination of the run faster side and the thwart and export control side. And you mentioned the key role of allies, and I would suggest that reviewing our efforts on semiconductors have been pretty successful in getting allies to come along, although that group of countries that are involved in the true choke points, is relatively small. Are you aware of any discussions with allies and how willing they might be to cooperate on export controls in the area of robotics and other areas you addressed?
Thank you, Commissioner Schreiber, for the question. I think it's a very good question. The point is, I don't think U.S. has ever initiated a very large-scale delegation or try to have a bilateral negotiation with the counterparts like Japan and Germany regarding the robotic development, especially just 3 years ago, in 2022. Chinese, one of the biggest, largest industrial robot manufacturer, Meide Group, and then this group is based in the Greater Bay Area in Foshan. And 3 years ago, this company already the largest industrial robotic groups in the world, purchased another Germany historic and leading group in terms of industrial robotics, and it's called KUKA AG. This company was founded in 1898, one of the most historical and role-leading automation and humanoid robotic company. But then the German government didn't ban it, and they just allowed that. They allowed the Chinese larger robotic company to purchase one of the historical state symbolic company in Germany, and in order to enhance the productivity and try to absorb the German engineering expertise for the Chinese. So I feel like, especially for countries like Germany, we haven't seen any pattern that they are really just trying to take this seriously and try to align with US export control or the grand economic statecraft strategy in order to contain the Chinese modernization progress in robotics and AI. However, I think Japan is a very different story. Japan has been traditionally a strong ally for the United States. I think there is a lot of leeway and leverage if the US start negotiating with the Japanese counterparts in terms of robotics exclusively. I think the room is still likely, and I think there's a lot of room for them to collaborate. Because as a matter of fact, actually the Chinese, when they conducted a net assessment, we have seen the Chinese have been making argument about, like, they know that at the end of the day, Japanese, when they control perhaps 90% of motors or very advanced robotic components, they know that if one day the Japanese try to ban order this kind of like export of this component and try to follow and conform with the US leadership, and then they will be doomed. So that's why China, since years ago, has already started the domestic discussion about how to localize the supply chain, how to replace their reliance on Japanese components. They haven't done that yet. They still rely on Japanese components somehow. So before it's too late, I really highly recommend the US government to talk to the Japanese counterparts on this matter.
Thank you. Sounds like a lot of work to do with both partners, but I appreciate you highlighting that. Commissioner Kuiken.
Thank you. First of all, excellent opening statements. Really appreciated all of them. Mr. Cheung, Randy kind of took my question here. So talk to me about where the United States should think about making investments in terms of delivering military capability in the space that you sort of talk about.
Thank you so much. I would go back to my example regarding military drones. We all know that, US and Israel have been two of the largest military drone suppliers to the world. However, China is really catching up in recent years, and I don't think many people really discuss the two most advanced military drone, as mentioned, the Wenglong and Rainbow series of Chinese military drone. Just last year, Chinese has sold more than 50 Wenglong series military drone to Pakistan.
So Mr. Cheung, is it drones that we need to invest in, or the software that enables them?
I think it's a little bit of both, right? When we talk about drone, it's always about the hardware and software behind that. So, when we try to invest in military drones, it also includes, the technology behind that and the software behind that. One quick example is that China is still lacking behind the turboprop engine, but now in their most advanced military drone, they are just armed with the turboprop engine, which they actually recently perhaps purchased from the Germany counterpart. So I would recommend that in order to develop this kind of technology to compete with China, we need more stipend, we need more economic incentive for the industry, because one of the strengths for the Chinese military drone is about the cost. So we need to ensure that the US can provide affordable and also well-performance military drones to your allies in order to ensure that the global military drone market is not only occupied by the Chinese counterpart.
That's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Cheung. Dr. Endy, you talked about seatbelts, computers, semiconductors in your examples. If I'm the Chinese government, I'm probably trying to think about military applications as well. Obviously, semiconductors go on platforms and things like that, but what are the other sort of military applications, just to sort of unlock our thinking about biotech and the opportunities in that space that undoubtedly Chinese researchers are thinking about?
Thank you, Commissioner Kuiken. You need to supply an army. What does an army need? Right. right? So food, fuel, materials. I mentioned in passing the possibility of biosynthesis of energetics, right? So the supply chains for making the things that cause things to move around and go boom. That's not an example of a future biotechnology. That's a biotechnology that's emerged over the last decade. But anything to do with operating a military, and anything you can make genetically encoded can be manufactured through biology. One of the interesting twists around this is that we're familiar with industrial supply chains, centralized manufacturing, big factories. Biology in nature is the opposite of that. The leaves on trees don't come from factories. They grow in place with the energy and materials that arrive where the tree is. And so biology promises forward, if you will, manufacturing or distributed manufacturing. There's other things that show up when you begin to do convergence of technologies. So you think about biology being fed with sunlight or sugar, but you can actually now imagine building with biology starting with electricity. And so anywhere you could source electricity and then pull carbon out of the air, you run a type of electrobiosynthesis process. Again, general purpose, so anything you need that can be genetically encoded, you could make. This is all in support of operations, if you will. In my written testimony, I have a mention of other possibilities, specifically related to biological weapons. My own view is we've all been blessed over the last 50 years to live in a world where there is no nation that brags publicly about having a biological weapons program, and we should do everything possible in partnership with Beijing and others to make sure that stays the same. Absolutely. But there is that other side. I don't want to go into that gratuitously, just mention it in response to your question.
I didn't run out of time. So Dr. Aboulafia, should the U.S. and Europe consider constraints on what is available from a parts perspective on China? So you talked about the supply chain, how it's sort of relying on the U.S. and the Europeans predominantly right now. You got into this sort of jet engine piece. I think we saw this graphic in preparation for this hearing that sort of showed where everything comes from. It's probably your graphic. Would be interested in sort of your views on whether or not the U.S. and Europeans should consider that.
Yes, thanks so much for that question, Commissioner. It's absolutely essential to consider what we give them because obviously there's no intellectual property protection whatsoever. Having said that, I think it's extremely important to keep China within the Western ecosystem supply chain because the alternative of having them completely decoupled would lead to a situation where we would have no leverage whatsoever about the evolution of their aviation business, and where other parties could simply go their own way. Like, for example, there's nothing that Europe couldn't provide, everything really. So I think it's important to have the U.S. with its presence somewhere in the supply chain for Chinese platforms. I'm also concerned about the idea of China completely just breaking away and achieving complete autarky, which would be tremendously expensive in the aviation business and almost certainly guarantee second-rate products. But I think it would also lead to, frankly, just a lot less leverage over their evolution in terms of transportation policy, in terms of national defense and everything like that. But yes, I think it would be good to keep a close watch. And we already, to a certain extent, have this. Like, for example, the U.S. has prohibited the export of certain products and technologies when identified as being a concern from a dual-use perspective. I believe there was a helicopter engine, I seem to recall it was the China Z9 helicopter, that required a Pratt & Whitney PT6 turboshaft. This is about 10 years ago, and we prohibited the export of that. We also have the ability to basically just declare COMAC to be a military end user because of the nature of its ownership via AVIC, and we have exercised that in the past. For example, their national turboprop transport, the NA700, is effectively now dead in the water because we've denied them the license for a PW150 turboprop engine. This happened about 3 years ago, I believe. So I think we're doing a pretty good job. We should be doing perhaps just a little bit more, and of course, remaining vigilant in terms of, well, monitoring the system for cyber espionage, because that's been a feature of the landscape, unfortunately. And it's, as of course I'm sure the Commission well knows, it's very difficult to keep the system completely secure, and it's important to maintain constant vigilance. But in terms of the areas, I'd mostly focus on avionics and all of the computational whatever system that goes into displays, everything from weather radars and whatever else.
Thank you very much. We're going to continue with the questioning, and the co-chairs did not set a very good example when it comes to time management, so I'm going to encourage my fellow commissioners to do as we say, not as we did. Commissioner Stivers.
Thank you, Commissioner Shriver. I guess that's the co-chairs of the hearing have that ability to do that. But I'll try not to go over my time. Dr. Endy, thank you for focusing on the cost of time. Unfortunately, we've been having these similar discussions on this strategic competition on emerging tech for years. We've seen a lot of progress in the private sector, not as much progress on U.S. policy, which I think from your testimonies has probably been modest at best. Are all of your conclusions today that, correct me if I'm wrong, that we are losing ground, and if there isn't a course correction on U.S. policy in the next months and short-term years, that will be overtaken by China on these particular technologies?
Commissioner Stiver, yes.
Mr. Cheung? Is that your conclusion?
Yes, that's my conclusion, and then I welcome to other questions. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Aboulafia?
Sorry, yes, I concur.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to get that as a very clear takeaway from this hearing. Dr. Endy, in your written testimony, you talked about the Biosecure Act. Can you comment on that, your views on that bill, and if there are things that can be done to improve that legislation in the new Congress?
It's a defensive crouch. You don't win a race by crouching. And so our every instinct, as we've experienced China's ascendancy in emerging biotechnologies and real biotechnology, has been to try and hit the stop button. And everybody understands why we want to do that, and sometimes you have to do that. But if you only hit the brake pedal and you're trying to win a race, you're going to lose. We need to learn how to push the go pedal as hard and as smartly as possible. And so I don't really want to get lost in the Biosecure Act, because although it's well-intended, it's not law. And it's not law because our pharmaceutical industry domestically has an overwhelming dependence on the contract research organizations that offer these services. And it's not obvious that you could instantly disentangle it without causing our domestic innovation framework in pharma to go to zero or near zero. So it's a tough situation. And as I mentioned in the written testimony, imagine if it was the same for information technology. Imagine if our IT layers were only supported by cloud computing services and capacities that were operated in China. Like, we'd never get into that situation, but somehow we've gotten that situation in biotech, and it's like normal. So, like, lot to talk about, but just recognize that the Biosecure Act, well-intended and important, isn't going to get us to victory. Right?
Thanks for that. Mr. Cheung, you've written a lot about China's Greater Bay Area Initiative, which is basically Beijing's effort to economically and socially integrate Hong Kong with mainland China. Can you talk about the Greater Bay Area Initiative and its role in in the technologies you've talked about in your testimony, but also I know you have a greater knowledge of these issues and why we should be concerned about its role in Made in China 2025.
Thank you so much for your question. A little bit context regarding the Greater Bay Area GBA scheme. So the Greater Bay Area for the past 4 decades has been the largest regional economy for China and contributing almost 1/3 of the Chinese GDP there. And the GBA region alone, actually the GDP has surpassed South Korea in terms of GDP scale. And in terms of industrial robotics, more than 44% of the industrial robotics generated and created in Greater Bay Area. And that's why GBA has been one of the national initiatives promoted by Xi Jinping. And then GBA has a lot of advantage. First of all, they have Shenzhen, the DJI headquarters there, and they have Hong Kong and Macau. Hong Kong is an international financial hub. And not many people know that actually Hong Kong is the second largest IPO center for biosecurity. So a lot of bio companies, pharmaceutical companies go to Hong Kong to seek funding. So with this context, we recognize that, actually GBA has really an important role for the MIC 2025. And then we also see that how Shenzhen, Hong Kong, and other Guangdong province policy have been promoting MIC 2025 schemes and goals in terms of funding, in terms of state regulations, and try to promote more incentive to allow medium-sized companies or unicorn companies or large tech giants in Shenzhen in order to compete with their Western counterparts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sims, welcome in from the great state of Alabama.
Thank you. Roll Tide.
Please proceed.
So we talk a lot in this commission, these hearings, about competition between the U.S. and China. It's an economic competition, it's a technology competition, it's a military competition, but at its most foundational level, it's a competition of systems. And so I'd be curious to hear from each of you in the areas where you focus. How do you see the strengths and weaknesses of the two systems playing out? And I'll say no one's going to accuse you if you say the Chinese have an advantage in this way or the other by virtue of their authoritarian system, that you're advocating for that system. But how do you see that playing out in your areas of expertise? And maybe we'll start with you, Dr. Endy.
Yeah, the ship of state. If you're lost at sea, who makes the decision where to go? The captain, the navigator, or a vote of the crew? It depends. So, ways of working that allow for crisp decision-making can get things to happen sooner and faster and risk bigger mistakes. Democracies are harder to get organized and underway. When that maps to biotechnology, what do you see? It's why, for example, I like to highlight food security as it relates to China. Last time I was in Beijing, I was having dinner with the agricultural minister. His concern and surprise was that China had enough food and water. That is an advantage for China as they seek to advance biotechnology. There's an urgency there that we don't feel in the same way in the United States. Yes, we care about food quite a lot, but not as intensely. Then it's going to come down to other factors. How quickly is the world changing? If things start to change more quickly, we're going to need to deploy biotechnologies more quickly. Climate-resilient crops. What happens if you simply cannot grow things where we used to grow them because the temperature is different or the salinity in the soil is different? How do you adopt crops to survive fast enough? It's not that we can't do it, and historically we've done it over and over again in the United States, but for the United States to work well, what I've observed is we need to have a positive aspirational message. We did this when we went to the moon. The thing about biotechnology that's different than Apollo, though, the Earth only has one moon, one place to go. Biotechnology's got 1 million places to go. How would Apollo have been different if we had 1 million moons orbiting the planet? We would have done things like SpaceX a lot sooner because there's so many places to go. And so, there are some advantages in China because they can move faster, and that's coupled to their high-level needs. We can do the same, but to unlock our superpower, we need to have that shared aspirational vision for why it matters.
Thanks. Mr. Cheung?
Thank you for your question. I think this is a very important question. I concur with you that the modern era technological competition is a competition of ecosystem, and China is doing so remarkably well. For example, in terms of robotic development, we all heard of, as mentioned, we have heard of the Unitree, and then I think just a month ago, when Huawei see that Unitree is really excelling in robotics, and now they really recruited Unitree to become the only supplier of future Huawei robotic development. And at the same time, Huawei has innovated their own home domestic operating system called Harmony OS. This is just like similar to iOS system. And this Harmony OS system is being exported to all major robotic companies in China right now, more than top 10 companies right now, because they believe that in terms of to ensure the operating system of robotic AI to be smooth and not relying on Western technology, Huawei has to support that. And Huawei has been doing that. And also at the same time, when we talk about another tech giant, robotic tech giant in China, it's called Sun. And this company has been working closely with BYD, the largest EV company in China, to work together to provide industrial robotic arms to ensure that BYD can produce EV at a very efficient way in order to ensure that BYD can also become the giant in their own industry and to compete with the rest. So we see that despite all the state sponsor and subsidized initiative we have been talking about, actually the ecosystem itself, companies behind them, also support each other and form a very strong ecosystem.
Mr. Aboulafia, maybe just 15 seconds if you got a short thought on it.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Commissioner Sims. I think there's some big differences. Of course, there's no diversion of resources. This is a single-minded focus. There's no, let's focus on returning cash to shareholders. It's just, let's develop a national aircraft industry. That's an impressive advantage. However, the advantages of an open system where you can cooperate with other countries and you can innovate while providing intellectual property protection to your partners around the world and make sure you get best in breed systems and technologies in new platforms is, I would think, an overwhelming advantage for the West.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Commissioner Price.
Thank you. And thank you all for participating today. This has been very, very enlightening in several areas. Dr. Endy, I want to go back to the cost of time. I'm very taken with this. You specifically said we have less than 1,000 days. That's a startling way to get the point across. Can you expand on why you picked that number?
One of the objectives in the 2012 strategy for synthetic biology was the construction of a cell from scratch. When I'm in Washington, I get asked what type of cell we're talking about. Is it a bacteria or a yeast or something? And my favorite answer is it's an American cell. And what I mean by that is Unix was an American operating system made in New Jersey. Whichever nation is the first to realize some of these foundational advances that are at the core of bioengineering will have an advantage in perpetuity. These are coordination solutions that just change the game. Remember that 2012 strategy, well, this goal of building a cell from scratch, it's on the 2032 deadline, 20 years out from 2012, we're ahead of schedule. So something like that's going to be true within the next 1,000 days. Is it going to happen here or somewhere else? Should it be in cooperation? Should it be multilateral or otherwise? There's a number, in other words, there's a number of these achievements which are effective coordination solutions that are winner-take-all accomplishments. And if we don't get them, we just lose that in perpetuity. Where do you go for search? You're going to go to Google. Where do you go to law school? If you can, you're going to go to Yale. All right? Where do you go? Where do you go? Once those answers get into place, it's hard to change them. And so that's what is right in front of us with biotech. And if we miss it, we miss it. The window's now.
Thank you. You also, in your written testimony, talk about 90% of raw ingredients for antibiotics come from China. Can you talk a minute about that more? And is that something we watched happen? And what forces made us get to that place?
We talk about a lot the supply chain dependencies for computer chips. The same is true for essential medicines and many other things that are made by biology. China is very good at biomanufacturing. We are good at biomanufacturing in the United States for a few things, such as biofuels, but we don't have a surplus of fermentation capacity in this country. And so when innovators want to figure out how to bring their product to scale, I'm not talking pilot scale, I'm talking full-scale manufacturing, what we're finding is they simply can't find the factories or facilities here domestically. In contrast, when you have an all-of-nation approach to biotechnology, you're seeing significant capital investments in 21st century biomanufacturing farms, effectively, with holistic site engineering, access to cheap power, access to wastewater treatment, all the things you have to do to make this work. And so it simply becomes easier in an open market to get better access to efficient capital by doing manufacturing overseas. It's the same playbook you've seen in batteries, solar panels, you name it. And it just happens to land on things we care about that are made by biology, like antibiotics.
Thank you. To Mr. Aboulafia, I hope I got that right, and Mr. Cheung, we spend a lot of time talking about economic stresses that are happening in China right now. Can you talk about if there's been any impact on the sectors you've addressed, in particular, Mr. Aboulafia? Maybe I'll start with you.
Thanks, Commissioner Price. So far, no. We monitor air travel demand very closely, and it has made a pretty strong comeback after a few stumbles, relative to where things were before the pandemic. And of course, it's that desire to have self-sufficiency to transport people within and without the country that's driving these jetliner developments. So as long as air travel demand growth remains robust, they're going to pursue development of these aircraft. Similarly, you've seen a strong comeback in the number of imported jets. At one point, 2018, I believe they took about 350 Western jets, representing roughly 23% of global jetliner output from Airbus and Boeing. Then it effectively collapsed as a consequence of the pandemic, along with geopolitical tensions between China and the West. It's making a good comeback. It's about 160, 170 jets last year. So that, I think, also speaks to their desire for a homegrown solution that replaces those aircraft. And we've seen no evidence of a diversion of resources away from their aerospace development priorities as a consequence.
Okay, go ahead and answer.
Sure. Thank you for your question. A very short reply is that despite all the economic hardship and then the aging population, all this kind of problem, the Chinese industrial robotic production actually has been increasing. I think one of the major reasons that Chinese government has been putting a lot of investment, as mentioned, from state and national level, and at the same time, they also ensure that their very own production, their innovation, the robotic arms, for example, can actually help them to further increase the production. So when we talk about productivity in terms of robotic industry, China is doing really well in this domain.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Shriver. Mr. Aboulafia, unlike many of these sectors that we're assessing today, the aviation sector seems to be something of a success story. Industry relies on relatively few direct inputs from Chinese suppliers. U.S. companies haven't transferred their tech in return for market access in the PRC. The sanctions regime, in this case, the military end user list, has been applied and appears to have some teeth. From this, can you apply any broader lesson to U.S. efforts to sensibly manage competition in other sectors like semiconductors?
Well, thanks very much for your question, Commissioner Miller. I don't want to move too far out of my swim lane, but it seems that there are some interesting lessons that could be drawn. For one, I tend to think that because of the success we've seen in managing the West's response to China's aspirations in the jetliner business, it's perhaps important to be mindful that decoupling is perhaps not the best idea. A total and complete break is perhaps not the most productive solution because they have tremendous resources And, obviously, anything that keeps them within the fold, anything that keeps them at the point where we could conceivably cut off key technologies is to our advantage, frankly. I think it's also just very important to be mindful of, three possible ways of working with them. One is an absolute no. We will not, give you this access to this technology. Another is we will give you access to this technology and make it available in such a way that the technology will be shared. And obviously, you need to keep a very close eye on what technology and how accessible it is to them, because of course they're going to copy it and create a homegrown solution. We've seen this with countless components and systems and technologies in the aviation business. And the third is, we like supplying you, we like having a level of control on your supply chain, but we're not going to participate in any kind of joint venture or future technology development. So we keep it protected, even encrypted, and it gets delivered in a large box, and you can use that system, but you have no access to the architecture of that system. So those are the three buckets I would view exports and cooperation on a technological level with China with.
Thank you. I'd like to ask each panelist for a brief response to the following question for the record. How would you best characterize U.S. export controls on key technologies in the area or areas of your expertise? Absolutely critical, useful, not important, or counterproductive? We can start with Dr. Endy. And keep in mind, this is not to say only export controls as a component of a strategy.
Well intended, good luck.
I think it's useful in terms of robotic supply chains.
I regard it as absolutely critical given the dual-use nature of many aerospace technologies and components.
Mr. Cheung, back to you. Take us to the battlefield for a moment. We've seen a lot of pictures of robot dogs shooting lasers out of their tails. You can imagine Terminator machines, but most of the conversations we have suggest that the robotics we need to be worried about on the battlefield are not that. It's certainly drones, underwater drones, in-air drones, other things. What should the military in particular be most focused on in terms of the robotics area, in terms of battlefield concerns in the future?
China is already leading in military drones in terms of production and also the creativity they have been using. Like they have just recently, 2 months ago, innovated another drone mothership in Zhuhai Air Exhibition Festival. And then in this, air drone mothership, they have been really showcasing a lot of capabilities that the U.S. currently doesn't have. But at the same time, I want to go back to your robotic dog question. I don't think this is a very futuristic question because also in the same exhibition, in the weaponry exhibition in Zhuhai, for the first time, they showcased that more than one robotic dog. Actually, the PLA media called that robotic Wolverine because only Wolf can actually move that, with a scale and at the same time to mobilize them together. And each robotic dog actually is equipped with a ground-to-ground missile and also other types of weapons. So for example, in this scenario, I would say the US government should also be aware of the situation and try to do more in order to counter this kind of developments, both in air and on the ground and also on the sea.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me join my colleagues in extending my appreciation to the panel for all their hard work and their testimony today. Dr. Endy, in response to Commissioner Price's question, you indicated that the first to adopt some of these foundational technologies will have an advantage in perpetuity. And I want to explore that a little bit with regard to this notion of the diffusion deficit, which you've, I'm sure, heard some scholars talk about to refer to the gap between the country's ability to adopt new-to-the-world innovations and their corresponding ability to diffuse, distribute, and have those innovations and inventions adopted at scale. viewed through that prism and that notion, some of the traditional metrics for measuring innovation and innovation capacity, like patents, R&D spending, and publications, don't provide the whole picture. And instead, the talent pool, workforce investment, and the market itself may be better indicators. Wanted to get a sense from you as to this notion of the diffusion deficit with regard to the biotech sector, and both in China and the United States, and what impact, if at all, you think it would have on the advancement and deployment of biotech innovations.
Mr. Goodwin, thank you for your question. It's a good question. Just reflect a little bit as an educator. Our number one job when we're in the classroom is to inspire the student to do the hard work of learning. And if you can do that, then you have the same diffusion issue in the classroom, if you will. It's why I was trying to focus some of my remarks on how inspired the Chinese people have become about biotechnology, and not just the students, all through the stack. Right? If you look at the reports coming out of the J.P. Morgan conference, when people are now visiting China looking to do acquisition of pharmaceutical innovations, what they're encountering is people who are completely enthused and energized to make this real. So I don't see any diffusion limitation on uptake in biotech innovation in China. The puzzle we've got in the United States, frankly, is we still don't really think about biology as a technology. We think about electronics as a technology. The reason we didn't hit the go button in 2012 when we had the strategy in hand that others adopted was because of concerns around GMO foods. And so I actually think we've got a greater diffusion challenge around biotech domestically because we haven't quite figured out how to explain it as a technology that people could fall in love with.
So from your perspective, you don't see any challenges with regard to the education system in China or workforce development there that would inhibit their ability to deploy biotech advancements?
Thank you again, Commissioner. No, I do not, and I would additionally note that they have other advantages still. So for example, if you want to make stuff at scale, you got to manufacture. You need process engineering. You need chemical engineers who know how to do this stuff. We grew up in this nation learning how to do all of that stuff, starting with petroleum. That entire skill set needs to be applied for biomanufacturing. But our training and workforce around biomanufacturing and the places where we would do that sort of education and training has eroded. So I would say, again, we're disadvantaged domestically.
Thank you. Mr. Cheung, in your recommendation to create a new committee on robotics, one of the things you would have them focus on would be to map supply chains to identify vulnerabilities and dependencies. A couple of years ago, we actually made a recommendation to create an office, centralized office, that would help map supply chains across the board, across sectors and across government agencies. And the benefits of such centralization are fairly obvious: avoiding silos, hopefully enhancing coordination and the like. The challenge, I think, as we acknowledged at the time, is so much of the critical know-how and expertise is supply chain specific, industry and sector specific, and even product specific. So how do you square that circle? Do you think robotics is a sector where specialized, dedicated, exclusive supply chain mapping would be more beneficial?
Thank you, Commissioner, for your question. I would say that, first of all, we have to on the same page on something. For example, where is the end game of AI? If we believe that the ultimate form of AI is in the physical world, then we see the necessity to establish this kind of task force and commission to study the supply chain. And then regarding the supply chain, I would say, within the robots, there are just so many critical components in terms of the motion control module, and then operating system, and even the robotic drone. So I think the US is leading in some way, but the Chinese also is leading in another way. So that's why I think this kind of very exclusive task force is very critical to understand that how the map is, what is the ecosystem now, and then which area is US leading, and which area actually perhaps is Japan or Germany leading, and whether or not the US government should actually actively collaborate with your counterpart in order to ensure that US has the most secure access to this robotic component. So I would say that all kind of especially at this very early development stage. Many components are still very crucial and essential, so that's why we have to study that, at advance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joining us virtually from the great state of New Jersey, Commissioner Friedberg.
Thank you very much. And thanks to all of our witnesses. Mr. Aboulafia, if I could start with you. Aviation seems to be, it's an interesting area because it's one in which China has evidently had a priority for some time of developing a commercial airliner, and they've been trying, but they seem not to have been able to do it. Could you explain why that's so? And in particular, I wanted to ask you about two possibilities. Is it the case that this is just a very complicated and difficult problem and everybody has difficulty doing it? Is it because there are only two companies in the world that are capable of doing it and they have an incentive to control the diffusion of the relevant technologies themselves? Is it both? Is it something else? Why is it so hard?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Commissioner Friedberg. It's really the heart of the matter, isn't it? I think there's a couple of things. For one, just intrinsically, the barriers to entry in this business are just exceedingly high. Another is that you got to consider the economics, the nature of the user community. There are a lot of it's like military products. You can be within 5% in terms of performance, and maybe it really doesn't matter. You might take a few more casualties, but still your military power is your military power. And consumer goods comes down to sticker price, features, cars, whatever else. Aviation is different because the user community has extremely thin profit margins and a great deal of competition, which means if you have a product that's 5% inferior, it means your competitor can outprice and outprofit you. You really shouldn't be in the business. And so there's that. The other is the fundamental nature of China's approach to this business. You've got one of the biggest markets in the world, biggest single export market in the world. You've got tremendous talent, you've got tremendous resources. I would argue that the only thing they could do to mess up this rather promising proposition is what they're doing, which is to create state-owned enterprises that mandate technology transfer and provide no intellectual property protection. That guarantees that people are going to show up, without any input from Airbus and Boeing. They're just naturally going to pull back and protect their IP. So you've got a lot of folks showing up for these joint ventures with systems saying, well, here's our latest and best as of 1996. And I think that explains why, the 909 is one of the worst jets ever built, and why the 919 is just a notch behind the A320neo and 737 MAX in terms of performance capabilities. If they were to change that approach and become, say, like a proper integrator of input systems like an Airbus, a Boeing, or Embraer, they'd probably be very good. The great irony here is the only thing that they could do to mess up a very promising picture is kind of what they're doing.
All of your comments, if I understand it correctly, have been about the commercial aviation business and China's difficulties in developing engines, in particular for commercial jets. What about the military sector? And can you comment on the quality of China's military jet engines?
Yes, thank you. This is an area they made tremendous improvement. For many years they were wedded to Russian engines, and the Russians, of course, as an outgrowth of the old Soviet Union military-industrial complex, produced a decent engine. Again, you can be within 5 or 10% in terms of reliability, in terms of fuel burn, and it only shows up in slightly higher casualty numbers. Tragic, but not the same as, why bother, as in the airline business. However, the Russians were getting a bit wise to this and prohibiting exports of engines and saying, well, no, you have to buy our fighter jets. We're really annoyed at you for creating your own fighter jet industry, which they've done. So they've gone down the path of creating their own jet engine industry for military products with the WS-10, WS-20, and other engines, and they've done pretty well. I would argue they're getting very close, if not at the level of the Soviet Union, or I should say Russia's military engine capabilities. That doesn't necessarily at all translate to success in the given the white-hot competition associated with commercial jet engines. Far from it. There are many countries like France, for example, that do a good military engine, but can't seem to do a commercial jet engine, except as part of a joint venture or something.
Okay.
So they've made progress.
All right. Thank you. I think I'm out of time, but if we have a second round, I have some other questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we will, Commissioner Friedberg. Welcome again, Commissioner Brands.
Thank you. So, Dr. Endy, I wonder if we could come back to well-intentioned but good luck. And so it strikes me that the conventional wisdom around a lot of these critical technology sectors is that you need a two-part framework for success, promoting your own innovation and perhaps restricting the other side's. Are you skeptical about the restrict part of that framework as a general matter in the biotech area, or is it a question of doing something other than export controls and the things that have been proposed so far?
Thank you, Commissioner Brands. I would just point out some of the unique characteristics of living systems. They're capable of growing and reproducing. The tools of synthetic biology allow for interconvertibility between the realm of the physical and the realm of the digital. So you can take physical biology, sequence the DNA, you can have a digital representation of the code, and you can download and grow if you can remake the DNA. And so we've got a situation where we've got reproducing machines that can be digitally encoded and transmitted around the internet. And so, maybe some of the lessons that would be good to look into and draw upon outside of my lane would be in software and how we governed, control of software while promoting its development. But those are some of the structural challenges that underlie, how you might want to think about, being mindful stewards of diffusion and proliferation in biotech specifically.
So a second question for you. You said in your written statement and a little bit in response to an earlier question that the U.S. and China should find common ground and creative approaches to strengthen their opposition to biological weapons. Could you say a little bit more about what that looks like and what its feasibility would be in the context of a pretty fierce technological competition?
Yeah, let me give you an example. I serve on the commission that advises on variola virus research. Variola is smallpox. Smallpox killed more people in the last century than all wars combined, hundreds of millions of people. Research with smallpox is governed by a multilateral committee. We oversee the work in Novosibirsk at Vector and at CDC in Atlanta. What will happen to that committee is a little bit up in the air right now, but never mind that. And so, even in a context where you have Chinese, Russian, and American and other scientists tackling a very tricky and dangerous topic, we can figure out how to work that together. I'll give you another thing just as a quick example. How many times have any of us wondered or been asked ourselves, where did SARS-CoV-2 come from? It's a good question. Here's a better question. Why have we made it so hard to answer that question? And what could we do to make it easier to answer questions like that? The answer becomes, again, a type of cooperation, multilateral frameworks that don't establish trust, but get rid of some types of distrust. So it just becomes easier. Thank you.
Mr. Cheung, one of your recommendations was to consider creating a dedicated open source intelligence agency, which strikes me as a good idea in general, but I wonder if you could say a little bit more about why it would be so particularly useful in this specific context.
Absolutely. Thank you for your question, Commissioner. I would say that, the very first reason is that because I'm now working on, at a think tank based on open source intelligence. And I do see the merits of that because I think, generally speaking, Westerners are so, they are not aware that how many information are still publicly available or even commercially available online on different kind of Chinese platform. So when you have this kind of open agency to dedicate them to look into the Chinese website platform, and then you can find a lot of useful information in order to compile a report or any useful details, especially about the supply chain of China. So I think this is a very important skill set. And sometimes it's way beyond just hiring a bunch of people who understand or speak Chinese. You also need the context, right? Where to go to find the best Chinese source of platform, right? Where to go? Go to Baidu or go to Weibo or other Chinese platform. So you need the social context for that. So you don't just hire a bunch of people who just learn Chinese, but you need dedicated, exclusive agency and people who understand the Chinese social context, hire them in order to allow them to work on this very, very dedicated and very sophisticated work.
Good. Thank you.
We're going to move to a second round if commissioners have more questions they'd like to ask. And so far I have co-chair and Commissioner Kuiken and Commissioner Friedberg, I believe. So Commissioner Kuiken.
Thank you, Commissioner Shriver. Dr. Endy, there was this report on the Pacific Northwest National Lab website maybe 3 or 4 months ago about how a group of researchers had basically shown up on every continent in the world, stuck a shovel in the ground, put it in a bag, and brought it back and sequenced everything they found in there. In the policy circles around D.C., there's this idea now about sequencing everything, and there's some magical advantage to that. I had recently had someone tell me about how the Chinese government is building sort of a belt almost of labs around various parts of Southeast Asia. I obviously have no idea the consequences of this, but can you just sort of give us a sense of what that might mean? That's the first question. I'm just going to give you all of them at once. Convergence. Everyone in DC talks about convergence of AI with, insert the technology. You briefly talked about convergence of AI in biotech. Can you just sort of give it, unlock our minds here in terms of, do I just need to go on ChatGPT and put in some DNA code and I'm magically going to have, a biological weapon or a computer you talked about or some other magical device? And then to Commissioner Price's question about the 1,000 days, you gave a great answer. Boil it down for me. What policy do I need to do, and how much is it going to cost me? It's always helpful to sort of make things sort of a little more crisp on the edges. Sorry for all the questions. Time's over to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kuiken, for your 3 questions. Sequence everything. Just quickly, 2 ways to think about it. Biology already exists, right? It's operated on this planet for quite a while, and it's got incredibly creative solutions. All right. And so how do we learn what they are? Well, we have to read it out. We have to sequence it. And so if you go around and find biology and read it out, it gives you a chance to make sense of it, to decode it, to read the book of life, so to speak. So that's where this starts. Sequencing is a relatively new technology at scale. 20 plus years ago, we had just barely sequenced ourselves, the human, for the first time. But now it's routinized, and the biggest sequencing factories are in Shenzhen. So what about sequencing everything? If you train ChatGPT on English, you're feeding it in English, right? And then it comes out and gives you something that generates new language. But you could train a large language model on DNA sequences. And so the A's, T's, C's, and G's go into the software, and it learns how to compose A's, T's, C's, and G's. You want to train that on good writing, but the good writing comes from nature. And so if you sequence everything, you have that fuel or data stream that lets us have world-class training of the bio LLMs. So that's number 1. Number 2, remember when that Cold War thing started? And suddenly we were worried about what might be happening on the other side of the Iron Curtain, right? And we needed to develop ways of seeing, planes with cameras and then satellites and so on, GeoInt. Same thing's happening in bio. If you want to have biosecurity, you need to have BioInt. And one of the ways that you could get to BioInt is to sequence things as a start. You want to do other things too. But just imagine you know what's happening in biology because you're sequencing what's going on. Right? So a nucleic acid observatory is part of a BioInt consortium. It's one of the recommendations in the written testimony. Convergence in biotechnology. There's really convergence with 2 big domains. I think about it as joules, bits, and atoms. So energy and data and digital, including AI, and then bio is the atom stuff. I mentioned in passing the convergence of energy and bio, electrobiosynthesis. If you want to follow a lead on that, think about what China's doing with solar panel manufacturing and the idea that scaled photovoltaics could actually be used to grow biology when and where we need it. And then on the AI side, we need to use computing to figure out what the biology is doing and to generate new prototypes. But the important thing is, it's not that AI is some magical tool that solves biology, which a lot of people seem to represent. That's wrong, right? Like, we actually need to understand biology as a physical system, which is why it's so critical to get better tools for measuring biology and modeling biology with physics, not just LLMs and physics-based modeling. And so flagging that. Remind me your last question really quick.
1,000 days. Is it policy? Is
Yeah.
it money? Is it both? Give me some concrete things to do.
Yeah, I mean, the things I mentioned in response to Commissioner Shriver's question are just fine. Like what would it take to get a BML going at NIST? About $250 million a year. What would it take to get 3 national biotechnology accelerators in the United States? $150 million a year. What would it take to do a 1,000-day sprint to build a cell? Less than $100 million. Right? These fit neatly within our existing agencies and portfolios. The issue is everybody is overdriven by the Congress to cure some disease right now, which is well intended, but misses the mark. So it's like we could have so much higher leverage around our public treasure if we simply thought smartly around where the high leverage results.
Thank you. Commissioner Friedberg, did you want the second round?
Yes, if you don't mind. Dr. Endy, I had a couple quick questions for you. One of the things you mentioned was the importance of education. Do you happen to have any measure of the adequacy of the, for lack of a better term, the biotech workforce in the United States? Are we training enough people at the right levels? How does it compare to what China is doing?
Very quickly, domestically, I think we do a good job. Where the shortage appears to be is in biomanufacturing, process engineering, all those things needed to operate at scale and supply the market. And then we have a whole bunch of challenges on the front end around the innovation ecosystem because of the boom bust cycle. And frankly, there's a lot of people looking for jobs in terms of biotech R&D right now, especially in pharma, and especially as it looks like increasingly that innovation is going to happen overseas. So that's the, sort of two things I would highlight domestically. Things seem to be well staffed in China, and would want to follow up and get a little bit more data just to confirm every nook and cranny of that.
I wanted to make sure I understood the comment that you made about American industries' objections to the Biosecure Act, if I understood your testimony correctly. What exactly is it that American companies depend on Chinese counterparts for?
If you take an example like Wuxi and their service offerings, it's everything from building DNA, building cell lines, making measurements, setting up analytical chemistry processes, setting up the standards around that so that when you need to go in for drug approval at FDA, they believe your data, and so on and so on and so on and so on. So all the measurements and the professionalization of measurements and the prototyping, it's all that type of stuff, but just with genetic and living materials as opposed to hardware or software.
And does that dependence have an impact on the relative innovative capacity of American companies versus their Chinese counterparts? Are they being held back in some way by this dependence?
Yeah, that's a great question, Commissioner. Thank you for framing it that way. In the immediate term, it doesn't feel like it, but you're basically getting hooked on somebody else's tooling, right? And so what happens over a longer period of time is because you're distant from the tooling, you don't have that as sophisticated understanding for what can be done and what can't be done and how to really make sense of what the results are. So there's a risk that appears over time. The only thing I don't yet have an opinion on is to think a little bit more carefully about the emergence of the fabless semiconductor industry, right? Where over a period of time as silicon matured, you saw very innovative companies not having to own the low-level manufacturing and validation capacities. Over.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sims.
I have one more question for you, Dr. Endy. In 2020, the Director of National Intelligence talked about the Chinese using CRISPR or similar technology to essentially create what he described as super soldiers. And this kind of sparked conversations around ethical boundaries and maybe what things the Chinese are doing or would be willing to do that get outside of the ethical constraints that we would have here in the United States, but could potentially give them an advantage in some way. Are you seeing things like that, and if so, in what areas?
Yeah, I think germline engineering of the human for super soldiers or otherwise has been carefully scrutinized and studied and in many respects denounced within the United States and China. What I think is, we could get into the examples of what happened around some specific cases. What I think is more relevant to your question is thinking about other ways of changing people without changing our DNA, right? So we are more than just our own cells and DNA. We are basically an ecosystem. We have microbes that live on our skin and inside us, the so-called microbiome. And making changes in those aspects of how we exist and operate seem likely to not fall into the same ethical category typically, and allow for much quicker changing and prototyping. So for example, there's microbes that live in our guts that emit molecules that change how our brains work, right? And so on and so forth. And so I'd point us to think carefully about other aspects of the human that are beyond the human and the other parts of us that are easy to operate with and change. That's where it seems like there's going to be more innovation and more competition potentially.
So right now you're not seeing areas where they are pushing the ethical boundaries in a way that might give them an advantage?
Not as it relates to the human genome, no.
In things not related to the human genome?
Yeah, not that I would mention here.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. I was just looking over some of the recommendations before we finished the panel. And Mr. Aboulafia, if you could just clarify one piece you have. You said in your third recommendations to ensure the U.S. jetliner industry remains competitive in world markets. Do you have a concern there that we're not staying in that direction?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I do indeed have that concern for two reasons. One, as you might have seen, unfortunately, in headlines over the past few years, Boeing has been stumbling in its execution and performance, both of keeping up the cadence of new technology development and in building its existing jets. There's some improvement in the past, say, 6 months or so, but the track record of the past few years has not been good. And of course, for the broader American aerospace industry, we need a healthy Boeing. Of course, they're the most important commercial aviation company by a wide margin. So that's an area of concern. Also, their ability to access the China market has been for political reasons, a little bit compromised. There's signs of improvement here too, but for a couple of years, Airbus went from 50% to basically 90%. That's a concern. And then finally, there is the issue of managing China's rise. So far, it's been a very, very slow road, and there are areas of concern about how quickly they could, move down this road. But nevertheless, there's no question that they want in on this industry, and who knows what the next 10, 15, 20 years could bring, and what are the implications of that for the competitiveness of the Western civil aircraft industry.
Thank you. And quickly to Mr. Cheung. I couldn't listen and reread some of your recommendations at the same time, so let me just give you a softball. Anything you listed in your recommendations that we have not already covered that you want the opportunity to put on the top of our agenda? And then I'd ask Dr. Endy the same thing. I think we got through most of yours, though. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. I think I would like to emphasize that, the collaboration between U.S. and its allies is very much important. I'm not just talking about, the basic R&D program, but we have to try to think how to reindustrialize American enterprises and industrial base, and also try to perhaps work with allies to ensure that we have the productivity we want during emergency, because right now, many people talk about Chinese shipbuilding, right? And how did we go there, right? Right now, based on USTR data, Chinese has been making more than 1,000 ships annually. And in the meantime, for the US, only 5, perhaps less than 5 commercial ships. So huge gap there. And now we are witnessing robotic AI going to that way. So China already occupied the industrial base for more than like 50% in the world, talking about industrial robots. So if the U.S. does not act fast with the allies to ensure to strengthen the industrial productivity and production, I'm so afraid that we are losing this, in the future.
Thank you. Dr. Endy, any last thoughts on recommendations?
Let me give you a softball back, Chair Price. Bio.gov. A simple website that represents what the United States of America is about and our aspirations regarding the future of biotechnology. We used to have something like this for AI.gov, but there's been a little bit of a hiccup in terms of where that URL redirects. And so this has to be done in a way that sustains across administrative transitions. But something like that, something that says this is what we're about, that lets everybody from entrepreneurs to allies and partners, you name it, right? Like, where's our coordination solution for our dream about a flourishing and American biotic future? Thank you.
Thank you. We are right at time. Appreciate all the witnesses for your contributions. We occasionally ask questions for the record after. You all are volunteers. You've already given us so much, but if there were follow-on questions, we hope you'll have an opportunity to address them and get back to us. But we are now going to take a short break, 9.5 minutes, not 10, reconvene on time.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much for being here today, folks. This is our next panel. Our next panel will project the technology targets in China. China's future economic and industrial strategies, examine its capacity to achieve those targets, and evaluate the effectiveness of U.S. and other countries' technology restrictions on China. We'll start with Mr. Tim Khang, the Director of Global Intelligence at Strider Technologies. Thank you for being here, Mr. Khang. Then we'll go to Ms. Emily de la Bruyère. Hopefully I pronounced that right, Emily. I'm sorry if I did not. I apologize. Emily or Ms. de la Bruyère is the co-founder of Horizon Advisory and a senior fellow at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. And then we'll hear from Hanna Dohmen, research analyst at Georgetown University's Center for Security and Emerging Technologies. And finally, we'll hear from Mr. David Lin, Senior Director for Future Technology Platforms at the Special Competitive Studies Project. Thank you to all of you for your wonderful testimony, or your submitted statements. The Commission is looking forward to hearing your remarks, and we'll go through 7 minutes for your round, and then we'll go through a series of questions, and then we'll go from there. Thank you very much to everyone, and Mr. Khang, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Co-Chair Shriver, Kagan, Commissioners, and staff. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in today's hearing. My testimony will focus on China's talent acquisition mechanisms because it really truly lies at Xi Jinping's stated strategy for global technological dominance. I would also like to touch on how China's talent strategies have evolved over the years and powered the successes of Made in China 2025. By the way of quick introduction, I work for Strider Technologies. Strider collects publicly available data, primarily from sources in adversarial nations, and transforms them into actionable intelligence. 30 years ago, China's economy and technology was so far behind world leaders that its top minds and scientists had really nowhere to go but abroad to participate in cutting-edge research. It was a gap that was recognized by the PRC government, and they began an aggressive and systematic campaign to absorb talent and technologies from around the world. The challenge for the United States and its allies is now there is a flywheel effect of talent spotting and absorption that shows no sign of slowing, even though China's domestic ecosystem for innovation is more powerful than ever before. So this is what I came here to say today. I just got a couple of points. There's been no coordinated effort from the United States or its allies to counter China's talent acquisition efforts. We have failed to stop the PRC talent absorption machine. Second, unlike China, the United States has no centralized strategy for attracting and keeping the best talent in this country. When it comes to the competition for talent, the United States is like a naturally gifted athlete who doesn't practice, doesn't have a coach, and relies on improvisation and intuition to win games. China, on the other hand, might be compared to a less talented athlete, but it's bigger than us, has a coaching staff, and works out every day. If we are to win this competition, we need a coaching staff, we need a strategy, and we need to practice. For the rest of my testimony, I would like to tell the story of how China got to where it is today, and give some examples of their tactics and their procedures. So how do we get here? Let's start with Xi Jinping. The order comes down from the very top. Over and over in his speeches and directives, Xi commands and calls on the PRC and the CCP to win the competition for global talent. This push for talent acquisition is enshrined in the all-important CCP document known as Xi Jinping Thought. The war for talent, 人才, appears no less than 34 times in this document. When an order like this comes down, there's this entire ecosystem of organizations in the CCP, the government, academia, and industry that mobilizes themselves to execute Xi Jinping's plans. And this is how it worked for Made in China 2025. In 2015, the National Advisory Committee implementing the MIC 2025 policy published a 190-page document called the Technology Roadmap for Made in China 2025. It specified almost 2,000 technologies targeted for systematic acquisition. When Strider took these technology terms and matched them up with the expertise of the people who work at the top 1,000 companies around the world, even with the most conservative matching algorithms, we got more than 1.1 million people matching for potential targets for recruitment. Now, this is how it works on the ground. If you have expertise that matches up and aligns with the technologies that are specified in MIC 2025, your chances of being recruited or approached by a PRC recruiter increases significantly. We see this every day at Strider, and I saw it firsthand working in the HR industry throughout the 2010s in China myself. China's central government reported that its talent programs have recruited at least 60,000 talents from overseas, and that's a figure from 2016. They stopped publishing this data, smart on them, but Strider has been tracking over 400 talent programs, and we know that even with the most conservative estimates, this number's gotta be well over 100,000 people by now. And even just the 1,000 talent program, which aimed to attract 1,000 talents, that number is over 10,000. So they really blew past their goals. This type of centralization and coordination stretches to private HR companies in China and also to nonprofit organizations based right here in the United States. These private HR companies recruit talent on behalf of the CCP with the stated purpose of, quote, strengthening the country through talent introduction. Now, using these private companies, it has a lot of benefits. It gives a sheen of legitimacy to the recruitment efforts and plausible deniability for the CCP. And some of these companies have raised hundreds of millions of dollars in our stock markets and in the US stock exchanges. I mean, talk about adding insult to injury here. And it's not just the domestic Chinese companies that the CCP controls. There is a 501c nonprofit ecosystem in the US. Let me give you one example. This one is based in Atlanta, Georgia, whose main source of income is the PRC government. Its leader was honored by none other than Xi Jinping in 2014 for, quote, using the Georgia Institute of Technology as a platform to train more than 110 graduate students and visiting scholars for China. During my time at Strider, I've seen hundreds of examples of this. And perhaps the most important macro-level shift in China's tech transfer strategies is the rising number of research collaborations with risky entities. Of particular concern is the increase in the number of collaborations with organizations affiliated with the PRC military. Since 2017, more than 250 organizations in the US have collaborated with at least 50 PRC military-affiliated research institutes on STEM-related topics on thousands of publications. Our higher education system is the soft underbelly of our innovation environment. The CCP knows it, and they're taking advantage of it. For decades, the PRC government has leveraged both returning talent and homegrown innovation to advance towards technological self-sufficiency. And by adapting to new challenges with innovative strategies, the PRC continues to find ways through our fences. And if we do not act and act soon, this will simply continue. And we cannot expect to win the competition with China by relying on our natural gifts and our good looks. In my written testimony, I offer some more detailed policy recommendations. I look forward to delving in a bit further during the Q&A portion. Thank you very much.
Go ahead. We'll just go straight down the table.
Perfect. Hearing co-chairs, distinguished commissioners and staff of the USCC, and of course, fellow panelists, it's an honor to participate in today's hearing. Thank you. China uses its industrial capacity to project power. Beijing sees industrial strength not only as a means to enhance the nation's economic prowess, military capabilities, and social system. Industrial strength also secures the asymmetric dependence of the rest of the world. Beijing uses that dependence for strategic ends in order to tie foreign incentives to China's own and ultimately to shape foreign markets, politics, information, technology, and, in a self-reinforcing fashion, industry itself. In other words, Beijing is using industry to overtake and to overpower the United States. This is the ambition in Made in China 2025 and in China's larger ecosystem of industrial policies and investments. The stakes for the U.S. are enormous. The Made in China 2025 plan is the first of 3 10-year programs that are intended to build China into the world's dominant industrial power and therefore the world's dominant power. Should the CCP realize its ambitions, the U.S. industrial and defense industrial bases will become entirely reliant on China. That, in turn, will mean that China can shape, determine, influence the prosperity and security that depend on those bases. Beijing will be able to decide what companies win and lose, have access, for instance, to critical technology, inputs, markets. And therefore, Beijing will be able to shape the American political and social system that depends on and is influenced by markets. Moreover, in a modern technological environment, China's control over American industry will give it control over American information. 10 years ago, when Beijing issued Made in China 2025, to paint this future was to describe an abstract, almost impossible threat. Today, there's nothing abstract about it. The priorities in Made in China 2025 include, for instance, telecommunications equipment and network security. Today, Beijing has infiltrated virtually the entire US telecoms network. New energy sectors like solar and batteries, as well as the critical materials on which they depend, also figure in the priorities of Made in China 2025. Today, China controls about 90% of the global solar value chain and a similar share in batteries, including 80% of graphite supply. Made in China 2025 also prioritizes advanced semiconductor packaging. China is the dominant global player in that field too, with more than 50% of global market share. That means that even the quote-unquote crown jewels of the US semiconductor ecosystem and global semiconductor ecosystem are shipping their products to China for packaging. It also gives China a means to evade US tech restrictions. These cases reflect Made in China 2025 working and hurting the United States. They give China, respectively, control over American information, energy, technology, and across-the-board markets. They also show the US failure to respond, even in the fields that have been most prioritized in American policy. In telecommunications, a battery of US company-level restrictions on Chinese state champions have not stopped China from infiltrating our networks, nor have they stopped US companies from depending on selling to and lobbying on behalf of Chinese players, known bad actors and unknown ones, Huawei's and hidden Huawei's. In semiconductors, new energy, and critical materials, the U.S. has issued unprecedented government support to try to support domestic industry. That has proven no match for China's industrial dominance. In solar, some half of IRA-funded projects are China-backed because of a dearth of alternatives as well as a dearth of guardrails. In critical materials like graphite, government loans and grants have proved insufficient in getting domestic industry off the ground in a market and amid a customer set that China controls. The problem is that the US and China are playing different games. Beijing isn't competing to be a first mover in developing the best, newest technology. Beijing is competing to control markets and resources. The US can pour billions of dollars into developing the best new chip design technology. But what use of that is that if those chips can only be made with Chinese products or equipment or have to be sold into the Chinese market? The US can try to impose company and good level restrictions on China, but what good of that is that if the industrial ecosystem is so dependent on China that it will do Beijing's bidding? The problem is also that the US arsenal, both offensive and defensive, is out of touch with the reality of China's tools. Often, US discussions of Chinese industrial policy reduce it to relatively direct tactical measures, to, for example, subsidies, government grants, investment from government funds, talent programs, preferential policies on loans. All of those are important. Made in China 2025 lists each one of them. But Made in China 2025 also describes a larger, more systemic program to, quote, shape incentives and constraint mechanisms, to create the conditions for capital to fund the companies and the research that Beijing wants it to, for upstream and downstream companies and research entities in China to work together, for foreign research and development to flow into China, not the other way around. This is how Beijing's industrial policy really works. China is not a market economy. Market forces do not decide how Chinese companies invest or partner. Rather, China builds those guardrails and incentives, and then a tamed set of market forces operate within them, in the interest not of free trade or exchange, reciprocity, or prosperity, but in the interest of Beijing's strategic ambitions. This is the state-led, enterprise-driven model, and this is how Beijing deploys its industrial offensive. In an attempt to respond, Washington has thus far reacted. Washington has let Beijing shape the direction of the competition, and Washington has resorted to mirroring its adversary, and mirroring only that first tactical set of tools, like subsidies, as well as a version of those that's far less effective than the PRCs. In doing so, America has pitted its weaknesses against its adversary's strengths. An effective US policy starts from American strengths, which are market forces and market size. And an effective US policy stops trying to outrun and starts tackling China. Beijing's industrial policy crafts those incentives and constraints and then lets neutered market forces operate within them. A US policy for industry can succeed by building real system-level guardrails against the CCP and its distortive effects, and then letting free market forces operate within those defenses. In other words, by removing the distortive agent from a system that without it actually works. The first step in such a policy is real system-level action that alters China's distortive role in the international trade system to level the playing field. The United States should revoke China's permanent normal trade relation status. Additional and supporting measures can also be effective here. Subsidies, for instance, if they're appropriately enforced, and if they target not only Chinese entities in China, but also those that have localized production abroad. Also, vast expansions of domestic content requirements and prohibitions on any entities that have investment, operational, or licensing ties to China from receiving any government incentives. Across the board, Washington needs to ensure the compliance of its allies and partners as well as the private sector. And Washington can do this by making access to the US market contingent on such compliance. Second, the US government will never be able effectively to pick winners and losers. However, the government can and should establish the conditions for domestic industry to thrive. After decades of neglect, the US should rebuild the infrastructure necessary for domestic production. That includes energy, upstream inputs, a skilled workforce, and a permissive regulatory environment. In the decade since Beijing issued Made in China 2025, the US has made really remarkable progress at recognizing the threat posed by the CCP. And the US has made a remarkable lack of progress in responding effectively. This establishes the stakes for the decade ahead. Beijing, not Washington, has the momentum. Beijing has control of the battlefield and the players on it. The CCP is on its way toward a clean sweep. The US needs to start competing strategically with American strengths. Our ability to do so will determine where the future is made. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. de la Bruyère, whose name I'm going to continue to butcher, and I apologize. Ms. Dohmen.
Hearing co-chairs Shriver and Kuiken, distinguished commissioners and staff, thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's hearing alongside my esteemed panelists. I'm currently a research analyst at the Center for Security and Emerging Technology at Georgetown University, where I research US-China technology competition, semiconductor export controls, and China's science and technology ecosystem. I'd like to emphasize that the views I express today are my own. My testimony focuses on how China's science and technology ecosystem drives innovation in emerging technologies, with a particular focus on the Chinese Academy of Sciences, also known as CAS, and the implications of US semiconductor export controls on China's AI and semiconductor innovation. Let me begin with CAS's role in China's innovation ecosystem. As one of China's most important science and technology organizations, CAS is tasked with helping the Chinese government realize the objectives of various national policy plans, including Made in China 2025. It promotes these goals through three main functions: advancing research, commercializing technologies, and shaping Chinese S&T policy. In terms of research and development, in terms of research advancement, CAS has emerged as China's most prolific producer of STEM research and has become increasingly competitive globally. Beyond research, CAS has long been an important player in transforming research into commercial applications. The organization supports its spin-off companies and helps bring research breakthroughs to the market through various mechanisms, including through funding, joint research projects, talent development programs, and shared personnel and facilities. CAS also plays a crucial role in shaping and implementing China's S&T policies through its network of academicians and think tanks. The CAS model illustrates China's centralized approach to accelerating indigenous innovation, underscoring its strategic focus on achieving self-reliance in critical technology areas like AI and semiconductors. In part, this prompted the U.S. government to increasingly focus on economic security tools to protect U.S. national security and maintain U.S. technological leadership. It is against this backdrop that export controls emerged as the primary tool for slowing China's military modernization and AI development efforts. Whether these controls will achieve their desired outcomes presents a complex picture, and one that is likely too soon to judge. It is important to first recognize that export controls will not prevent all AI development or semiconductor technology innovation in China. Instead, the controls are intended to impose a strategic delay and increase the cost of China's AI development efforts. In terms of slowing China's military modernization, the controls will likely have a limited impact for a few reasons. One, current weapon systems rely on mature, well-tested chips. Two, not all military AI applications are as compute-intensive as large language models. And three, the PLA's computing needs can largely be met through a combination of legally imported chips, domestically produced chips, and smuggled chips. The impact of export controls on China's AI development generally could be more consequential, but this is dependent on a number of interrelated factors. Right now, China's most advanced models, including DeepSeek's R1, are largely relying on US-made chips, including chips that companies stockpiled before the controls took effect. As these stockpiles deplete over the next couple of years, the controls have the potential to create a growing gap between the AI chip quantity and quality inside and outside of China. But that gap will only hold if U.S. export controls on chip manufacturing tools and other measures aimed at slowing China's semiconductor fabrication capacities are effective. Similar to the stockpiles of AI chips, Chinese equipment firms also stocked up on foreign equipment before controls were implemented. This, once again, imposes a lag between when the controls were implemented and when the controls will bite. We must also consider China's own innovation capabilities and response. There is no question that the Chinese government's push for self-sufficiency predates U.S. export controls. But by limiting China's access to chips and equipment, export controls are creating an incentive to innovate around controls. Chinese companies are also pursuing technical strategies such as chiplet packaging and focusing on compute and algorithmic efficiencies to overcome restrictions, as DeepSeek has demonstrated. That doesn't mean U.S. export controls won't slow China's AI development, but it's also not guaranteed. What it does mean is that the United States must very closely monitor and be aware of AI development trends and China's progress to be able to anticipate policy adjustments when needed and increase the effectiveness of the controls while reducing the costs. Moreover, in order for the broader U.S. export control strategy to work, it is critical that the United States clearly articulates the objectives of the export controls to allies, provides evidence that justifies the objectives, and underscores why they are necessary to protect common interests. Based on these observations, I offer three recommendations for policymakers. First, enhance U.S. open-source intelligence capabilities to better understand China's S&T ecosystem and monitor progress. Establishing a new open-source science and technology-focused research center would help track global developments in emerging technologies and their implications for U.S. security. Second, require the Department of Commerce to conduct scenario planning of export control policies. These exercises should include clear articulations of control objectives, analyses of underlying assumptions, and assessments of economic impact on U.S. firms. Congress should also increase funding for BIS to expand analytical and enforcement capabilities. Third, and most importantly, invest in U.S. technological progress. The U.S. government's ability to obstruct China's technological advancement can only go so far. Therefore, policymakers must focus on driving innovation in the next generation of emerging technologies by funding basic research, expanding workforce development programs, and investing in the domestic manufacturing ecosystem. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Dohmen. Mr. Lin.
Good morning, members of the Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I'm honored to be a part of the panel with my fellow panelists. My name is David Lin. I'm the Senior Director for Future Technology Platforms at the Special Competitive Studies Project. I had a front row seat to the early days of Made in China 2025 during my time as an economic officer working at the U.S. Consulate in Shanghai. When I arrived just months after the initiative's launch, I could feel the energy among local party leaders and industry executives. To them, this wasn't just an economic policy, it was an industrial reawakening, a chance for China to climb the value chain. A phrase I often heard at the time captured this ambition. China no longer wanted to be just the place where foreign products are designed and assembled. No more designed in California, made in China, stamped on the back end of iPhone. Instead, they envisioned a future where the same devices would read, designed in China, made in China. At the time, the idea of China producing a technology on par with the iPhone seemed very far-fetched. Yet, fast forward a decade, here we are. Companies like Huawei, ZTE, Xiaomi are not just competing, but they're shaping the global tech industry and beyond. This trajectory is more than just a success story. It underscores a broader reality. China isn't merely catching up, it's positioning itself to lead. My testimony today is based on some of the work that we've been doing at SCSP, and we'll focus on 3 areas. 1, tech areas where China leads today. 2, tech areas where China intends to lead tomorrow. And 3, I'll conclude with some remarks with some high-level recommendations on where the United States should do to maintain its technological leadership. Examining areas where China leads today, nearly a decade into Made in China 2025, clear patterns have emerged. China's greatest advantages align with its greatest strengths, leveraging its vast manufacturing base and scaling technological development at an extraordinary pace. In SCSP's recently published 2025 GAPS report, we identified 12 technology areas to zoom in on and examine as a barometer of the state of the competition. China's industrial prowess really comes through in our analysis as the 4 technologies we judge that China is leading are all heavily infrastructure and manufacturing focused. Meanwhile, the 4 of the 5 technologies we assess the US to be leading are either more software based or not yet fully commercialized. Tech sectors such as advanced batteries, 5G infrastructure, and commercial drones are all areas where we judge China to be holding commanding leads. China's DJI, for example, controls 90% of the global consumer market and 70% of the overall drone sector. Advanced manufacturing, embodied in robotics and other manufacturing technologies, is another area where we assess China to be holding key advantages. According to a 2024 UN study, by 2030, China is expected to claim 45% of global industrial production, while the United States is expected to only hold 11%. So that's a snapshot of where we're at today. Let's pivot to look at where China intends to lead tomorrow. Looking ahead over the next decade, China will likely face significant economic and demographic headwinds, including a slowing GDP growth rate, an aging population, all of these factors exacerbated by increasing geopolitical tensions. That said, Beijing sees technology and innovation as its key solution to solving all of these challenges. 2 more future-oriented technologies that will be central to the next decade of competition are 1, AI and artificial general intelligence, and 2, perhaps a less widely talked about technology, but by our judgment, equally important and strategically important is fusion energy. First, artificial intelligence. In our GAPS report, we assess AI to be squarely in the contested space, and it will likely continue to be prominently featured in future Chinese industrial plans and technology development plans. The recent unveiling of DeepSeek's R1 model underscores China's rapid progress in this space. For fusion energy, while the U.S. currently leads in fusion research, China is investing heavily to close the gap. Fusion offers the potential for an abundant, clean, and geographically independent energy source, which carries with it a whole slew of downstream economic and geopolitical implications. As if making fusion science breakthroughs isn't challenging enough, building a first-of-a-kind fusion machine is very complicated and leans towards China's infrastructure-first advantages. In terms of opportunities for U.S. action, to maintain leadership, the United States must adopt a two-pronged strategy, countering China's advantages while accelerating domestic innovation. I'd like to put forth two high-level recommendations along these lines. First is the need for a structured framework that establishes clear criteria and baselines for how to prioritize technologies we deem central to the competition and core to U.S. national security interests. Not all technologies pose the same risks. Not all technologies have the same strategic or commercial value. SCSP has put forth one such framework to navigate these questions and bring to the fore the trade-offs that we must make, and I've included them with my written testimony. Second is the need for a policy roadmap to build future technologies. The U.S. must bridge the gap between research and large-scale deployment, and some of the ways we propose to do that include investing in AI-powered research tools to accelerate scientific discovery, boost support for deep tech and digital infrastructure projects, establish regional innovation zones to push development and adoption of emerging technologies, and other recommendations which I'm happy to go into more. In conclusion, reflecting on my time on the ground in China, I remember initially carrying certain assumptions, chief among them that a heavily censored, top-down, party-led system would struggle to innovate. Yet I quickly learned and saw firsthand how such a system can be surprisingly agile, resilient, innovative in ways that defy conventional wisdom. In any competition, underestimation is a mistake. A serious competitor must analyze with both clear-eyed scrutiny and at times grudging admiration. Understanding of their strengths and weaknesses in depth is essential to developing a winning strategy. So if anything is clear 10 years after the introduction of Made in China 2025, it's that technological leadership is not just about who invents the future, but who builds it. So thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you to each of you for your testimony. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Shriver for the first question.
Thank you. Let me start with Mr. Khang. Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned that your written testimony includes recommendations, which indeed they do, and I think they're quite good. You didn't speak to it too much in your opening statement, so I want to give you that opportunity. And I really note your phrase that we have no counter-talent acquisition strategy and no counter-talent acquisition policies. So some of your recommendations, I think, sort of amount to that, but could you talk about what the priorities should be in building a counter-talent acquisition strategy?
Thank you, Commissioner. So there is an institute called the Chinese Academy of Personnel Sciences in China. Ms. Dohmen just talked about Chinese Academy of Sciences. That's what's more famous. This one's more obscure. It's basically the National Center for the Development of Talent Policies, study of the art and science of talent attraction, and evaluation of the current ongoing policies. So this center was integral in inventing the 1,000 Talents Plan. They've also reoriented China's system for talent attraction to fit with MIC 2025. And they've lowered many of the barriers for moving from the US or foreign countries to China. These are the strategies that they espouse and they developed. We need something like that. One of my recommendations is that why don't we have a national talent research center? We have nothing analogous to that in this country. Are we not taking this seriously? Talent is something that we can study to attract. Our natural attractiveness, this country's freedoms is already very, very good. It attracts people naturally. Our university systems are the best in the world. But we can't just rely on that. We need to study the art of it. Best defense might be an offense. And I think this is one of the first steps that we can take to address this. Second, might be a little bit more critical of our current system, but there is no congressional legislation requiring the transparency requirements for universities and research labs in this country to disclose any research with PRC military R&D organizations. Some of the publications that I have seen, they talk about drones, they talk about targeting technologies, hypersonics, they talk about silent submarines. This is research being done by universities in this country with PRC military academies and research institutes in China as of like last year. So this continues on, and there is no law other than, we did have the presidential National Security Memorandum 33, but I don't think it has enough teeth. So I think we need to have a congressional legislation around this. And I did talk about some of these Chinese HR companies raising money in this country to then help the CCP siphon off talent into China. Like, we need to stop that. We should not allow these companies that belong to the United Front system and registered as such to raise capital in our stock markets. And lastly, we need to do a little bit of a review of our 501c3 nonprofit system. If the majority of your income comes from the government of an adversarial nation, that is not really the spirit of that tax code that we built into it. They're taking advantage of that, and they're not paying taxes and taking the money from the PRC government to siphon off talent into the PRC. We need a review of some of those organizations. So those are some of my top line recommendations.
Thank you. Ms. de la Bruyère, you offered some policy recommendations, some of which were directed at partners and allies, and it sounded to me like potentially tough medicine. If they don't play ball on export controls, then they should lose access to our markets, which I assume means tariffs or something. Is it going to be that hard? Do you anticipate that we'll have difficulty bringing allies along? Will we need to resort to such measures? That seems like inviting trade wars more broadly, and maybe it's that important and that critical, but just your thoughts on that.
We've clearly made an effort to bring our allies along in our competition with China. And up to this point, we've failed in that effort. America has an enormous network of allies and partners. China has no allies. And yet, in the competition right now, that's been a disadvantage for us because our allies have provided conduits for China to access our market and to access our technology. So yes, we do need to play hardball. Will that be difficult? It depends when we do that. Right now, we have major negotiating power. We have the world's largest market. The longer we wait, the more we lose that power. I do think that our allies have recognized, as we have, that removing China from the international trade system is in all of our long-term interests. And I do think that changes the state of play in terms of bringing them on board. But nobody, not our allies, not our companies, want to deal with the short-term cost of what it would mean to take the kind of action we do have to take in the immediate if we're going to win in the long term. So that means that there also have to be short-term penalties for not being on board.
Thank you. I might, if there is a second round, I might have some follow-up.
Thank you, Commissioner Shriver. Mr. Lin, SCSP has done a lot of work on the issue of artificial general intelligence. As you probably know, this commission's top recommendation last year was to create a Manhattan Project-like sprint on AGI. I want to just get your sort of more drawn-out sort of views on this topic and how you've thought about this, what actions you think the United States government should do, and then if you don't mind, you touched briefly, and so did Ms. Dohmen, on sort of DeepSeek. In the context of thinking about and evaluating sort of a sprint to AGI, seeing what what DeepSeek was able to do with sort of limited resources, limited compute, how should we think about a Manhattan Project-like approach on AGI?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Kuiken, for that question. To segue to DeepSeek also, just to put on the record, DeepSeek's stated company mission is to work toward AGI, which is a testament, to, again, to China's AI ambitions. And I think really this is a matter about competition toward being a first mover advantage. The first person to AGI will bring with it a whole downstream effect of economic, political, and energy supply chain influence around the world. And it's also a competition over norms. The Chinese Communist Party has a certain vision of the role of the party's ideology in the way the global economy and global technology is operated and developed. And I think as the United States, being champions of the democratic values that we stand behind are incredibly important, especially in the face of this potentially world-changing technology of AGI. So I'll just leave that there.
Yeah, just maybe a couple of other additional comments to that. In terms of, David mentioned first mover advantage. There is certainly an advantage to being the first mover. And you're right, DeepSeek does, it is part of their mission to move towards AGI. I think it's also worth thinking about what it means to be a first adopter, right? First mover advantage and first adopter advantage, right? I would point in particular to Dr. Jeffrey Ding's work at GW, who's written a great a book about this, that it also matters not just, who gets there first, but also who adopts it and diffuses the technology through the economy the most, efficiently and the best. And that is going to be how we reap the productivity benefits from a technology, is diffusing it into our economy. Just a point quickly about AGI and the path that maybe the U.S. is taking right now. I think there's a lot of discussion still about what the right path to AGI is. I think we've put a lot of focus on large language models, and I'm not saying that's wrong. I think that's, the push forward in that direction is the right one, but I think it's also worth considering alternative paths, because there's a lot of uncertainty. We just don't know at this point in time. And I would point to a lot of some of my colleagues' work, specifically looking at how China is approaching AGI. Bill Hanna and Huimei Cheung at CSET have written extensively about this, and they have found that China is taking kind of an more diversified portfolio of approaches to AGI. So it's not just focused on large language models, but also alternative paths. So I would just encourage the U.S. to think about that as well.
Ms. Dohmen, you can't leave me with alternative paths without giving me a little bit more there. Just explain sort of how you think the Chinese are thinking about this. Just build that out a little bit for me.
Sure. So I think, part of it is that there's a lot of uncertainty about whether LLMs will be able to there's a lot of weaknesses in how large language models work right now, and a lot of challenges like hallucinations and things like that. And there's some questions if we would be able to overcome those with further technological advancement. I'm not sure what the answer is. I would defer more to the technical experts on that. But there are also considerations to look further into like brain-computer interface, and China's doing a lot of research into that area. And I'm happy to put you in touch also with some of our Bill and Huimei, who have been focused a little bit more on China's AGI paths, and I can send you the report that they published on this as well.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lin, I'm going to go back to you on AGI. So as we talked about AGI as a commission last year, we made a fairly simple recommendation, basically to sort of say, this is the strategic direction we want to go. And we need to make sure that the government is part of that conversation. Has SCSP thought about, as you made sort of a similar push, how you operationalize something like this?
Yeah, I would say we've put a lot of thought about government's role in building toward AGI. And similar to the recommendation that the Commission put forth last year, I think it really does come down to public-private partnerships. I don't think it's realistically, both from an investment or an operational perspective, to think that government alone can feasibly build the capabilities, the infrastructure, the energy demands necessary to build toward AGI alone. I think, as we've talked about today, a lot of the private capital has a huge role to play in AI and its development, and the AI innovation aspects also. And so it has to really come down to, as the Commission has said, a Manhattan-style but public-private partnership to build towards this goal.
Thank you. The clock says I'm over time, and we are now going to do the reverse order that we did last time, which means our brand new commissioner, Commissioner Brands, is first up.
All right, thanks. Mr. Khang, could you maybe say a little bit more about your recommendation regarding research institutions? And you obviously favor stronger transparency requirements, and you lay out the failings of the system so far. Are we headed in the right direction even, or are we stuck in place on this? What does a stronger set of safeguards look like? And are there any positive examples we can look to of institutions that are doing this right?
Thank you, Commissioner. So to answer your question directly, yeah, we are moving in a positive direction, and we see that at Strider. Many of our clients that are within the research institution system within the United States and also abroad in our allied countries, and also universities, are waking up to especially PRC military research facilities. So my recommendation here is not to, of course, bar collaborations of research with China writ large. That would be insane. But especially for those very small subset of organizations with direct ties to the PLA, for example, I don't think that we should allow universities to collaborate with these organizations with no transparency. So let's start there with some transparency. There are not that many organizations, probably less than 100 of these institutions in the PRCs directly tied to the PLA. For example, Seven Sons Universities, I mean, I'm sure many of us in this room have heard of it. Seven Sons of National Defense and Seven Sons of Armaments combined together, that's 12 universities. PLA directly managed universities, there's really just one, NUDT, the National University of Defense Technology. That university directly manufactures weaponry for the PLA. And our national laboratories and universities are participating in research with this university. That's got to stop. How about PLA military academies that train up PLA officers? We're conducting research together with these folks. I'm not saying let's stop university collaborations with Beijing University, Tsinghua, Shanghai, Jiaotong University, even though they are all managed by SASTEN, the defense agency in China. I'm not even stretching it that far. But there is a very small subset of very egregiously tied universities and institutes that work directly with the PLA. Let's start there with some transparency. I think that's where I would start.
So one of the answers I think you might get from American academia on this is that it's sometimes hard to know exactly where the ties are between a certain person and the PLA or a certain institute and the PLA. And we didn't know the guy was a senior colonel or whatever the case may be. So is that a plausible assertion on the part of universities and research institutions? And if it is plausible, what does that imply about the need perhaps for greater cooperation with the U.S. counterintelligence community so that those ties become a little bit more transparent on our side?
So that makes me scratch my head a little bit because I found this information just in the open source. It's just out there. And so if you're going to publish a research publication in an international journal, you need to disclose what organization you're affiliated with. To say that you didn't know that this person worked for NUDT or Harvard Institute of Technology, that doesn't make any sense to me, right? The risk comes inherently from the organizations. And of course, the people that work within the organizations may be causing the wheel. Maybe they're not working for the PLA. However, we need to disclose that, have rules for disclosure so that we can look at it clearly, right?
Let me ask it a different way, because I totally agree, right? There's one category where there is somebody or some institution that everybody understands is linked to the PLA, and if universities aren't attentive or research institutions aren't attentive to that, that's a failure of due diligence on their part and a failure of transparency if they know it and don't disclose it. Is there a second category where the links between a researcher or an institution and the Chinese government are less obvious? And if so, what do we need to put in place to guard against those types of linkages?
Yeah, I would say that is a difficult question, a difficult problem to solve because what we can't see, right? And our intelligence agencies are not designed to give information to universities. But at the same time, some of these obfuscation efforts can be taken apart, right? Let's say you have a researcher that works not with the university or a PLA institute, but collaborates very often with them, right? That second layer networking, that second layer network, we can tease that apart. Not only in the open source, but of course our intelligence community can help with that. So I think there may be many different solutions to it, but putting some guardrails, at least setting some standards for disclosure, I think would be a good start.
Great. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Friedberg.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bruyère. Good to see you. Thank you for your testimony. I wanted to start with you if I could. I want to make sure I understand what your final recommendation really is about. You talk about real system level barriers, high and properly enforced tariffs, taking away China's permanent normal trading relation status. Is what you're suggesting essentially extruding China from the current international trading system and then allowing market forces to operate more freely within some more limited system of which we would be the central part?
Yes. I'm tempted to leave it there, but I'll drone on a little bit. Free trade works if players are playing by the rules. I think there's a temptation because we have a massive distortive actor like China in the system that's making it not work, to think that's a failure of the free trade system itself. It's not. It's a failure to defend its standards and to make sure that there's compliance across the board. I also think that we as the US and also our allies have tried to approach this problem with a scalpel, to say it's okay, we can deny China technology, or we can impose targeted tariffs on targeted goods, and that will level the playing field. But that doesn't work based on either the way China competes or the resources we as a system, like US and our allies, have at our disposal. We're not players like China who can just go about and shift a couple things and redefine markets. And because of that, we have to take a system-level approach, and that means precisely what you said, removing China from the system. And I think it's fitting to be talking about this as a phenomenon in this particular room because of this commission and when it was established and why. China's accession to the World Trade Organization was a high-risk move that I would argue has not panned out because China has not played by the rules. And the purpose of this commission is to make sure that China does and to monitor the effects of that decision. And therefore, this seems like a right place to think about the implications of changing the system China's undermining.
Okay, thank you. I'm very sympathetic to this idea, at least in theory, but you know what all of the objections to some proposal like this would be. It's going to drive up costs. We can't just do without China. Suddenly, we're highly dependent on them for all kinds of intermediate goods and so on. Have you thought through at all how you would respond to those kinds of objections?
I kind of thought that if I took long enough with my answer, I'd just get to leave it at that. But yes, it will drive up cost. It will create significant short-term harm for the U.S. consumer and for the U.S. producer. The problem is that there isn't an alternative. And I think that's very clear in what we've seen over the past 4, 8, 10 years, because we've tried to not do that. And we've tried to say, okay, well, if we phase in measures or plan or institute them incrementally, we'll build up the capacity we need to then either be able to take more severe action or not have to take it at all. And the problem is that hasn't worked because the US system, which is to say markets, to really repeat myself a lot, doesn't answer to those moves because there's no resolve behind them. And this is a very small case, but you can look at, for example, things like the rollback of bans on Chinese graphite in batteries that get IRA incentives, right? We said, okay, we can't do that right now because China makes all the world's graphite. So we said, okay, we'll only put in that ban in 2 years, and that'll build up domestic capacity such that we can ban it. But nothing happened in the market because that sent a message to the market that we weren't serious. And so we still don't have domestic graphite capacity. So we still can't institute that kind of ban and then have domestic content in batteries. And we're just going to keep pushing the question and avoiding eating the costs and building up domestic capacity if we keep trying to take incremental measures.
Okay, thank you very much. I have just a few seconds actually. Mr. Khang, I wanted to ask you a quick question. The numbers of people who have been identified and recruited by the talent programs that you described, do you happen to know what portion of that total is Chinese nationals who are returning to China versus foreign nationals who are coming to China to work in laboratories or companies there?
So I don't have the top line numbers off the top of my head, but I would say the majority of them are Chinese diaspora located all across the world. But we do have a significant contingent of foreign nationals moving to China to work there.
Okay, thank you very much.
We are going, well, first of all, Ms. de la Bruyère, great history on the United States Senate China Commission. I actually didn't realize the origin story was that Congress didn't trust the Chinese or the executive branch on PNTR, and that's why this commission was created. So it was nice to hear it come back at me. Commissioner Goodwin, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. de la Bruyère, I want to follow up on Commissioner Freeberg's question, actually, maybe explore some different objections to some of your recommendations. I do like your turn of phrase about China playing a different game and the history with regard to their ascension to the WTO. Obviously, there were a lot of assumptions and hopes and aspirations built into them joining the global trading community. The hope would be by further integrating them into the global community and the global trading economic framework of the rest of the free world, we would see reforms, market access reforms, even human rights reforms. That hadn't been the case. So they are getting a lot of the benefits of that deal, but not living up to their obligations. But it's worse than that, because they're using their access and this increased integration to change the system and to change the game. And that's the real challenge, and I'm glad that you have captured that with that turn of phrase. You obviously make some pretty significant recommendations. Revocation of PNTR is one that we've made here. Short of that, or even in conjunction with that, I want to explore some of your other recommendations. I noticed in your testimony and some of your other writings what I would characterize as a robust skepticism of the high fence, small yard strategy, especially perhaps domestic investment to boost manufacturing here. So just some questions, should we restrict the flow of technology? Should we restrict the flow of capital to certain strategic sectors? And should we invest to boost domestic manufacturing capacity here in the United States and create and preserve jobs? And, you do say in your testimony that it is imperative for the United States to create an environment to allow industry to flourish here at home. The question is, how do we do that? Can we do that simply by deregulation and further expanding energy production, or is there a role for targeted investment? And, to use your phrase, what guardrails need to be put in place on that investment?
This is an awesome question. And precisely right, I'm very skeptical of the high fence, small yard approach. First, on the should we restrict technology to China question. You said this incredibly well. Restricting technology or trying to restrict technology does impose costs on China. It can slow China's development of technology we don't want China to obtain. However, it's never actually going to work. We're never actually going to prevent China from developing technological capabilities in the modern environment, in one where we're operating in a globalized world, where China is everywhere, and one where we're in an information technology environment, and information technology flows across borders. Because of that, I would argue that we can't think about tech denial as the core of our national strategy for competing with China in technology. And we can't overinvest in it in such a way that we're putting our resources into something that won't have the intended ultimate effect. Where we can impose costs on China, we absolutely should. But we should do that with eyes wide open about the effectiveness of doing it and what we're spending to that end, including on political capital as well as actual resources. Proactive investment, we need to have production in the US, and the government does have a role in that. I would argue that, again, the US government will never succeed in picking winners and losers. We won't be able to, through targeted government intervention, build a robust domestic industry in the US. And Solyndra is a compelling case, and I think we're at risk right now of creating a whole lot of even bigger Solyndras. What we can do as a government is provide effectively public goods, but public goods that allow industry to work. So the list goes beyond what I mentioned in terms of energy and skilled workforce and permissive regulations. It also, I think, industry zones are a really compelling argument on this front. That's an infrastructure that can provide coordination across the private sector as well as the resources for production. Is there room for targeted investment? Yes, but I think it's in a very specific set of things, defined by 2 points. One would be immediate security relevance. There's absolutely room. The government provides security. That's a public good it does provide, and that there's room for targeted intervention and investment from the government in those goods. And the second would be the upstream of value chains. One of the big problems with how we've invested thus far as a government is that we've targeted mid and downstream spaces and value chains that depend on China for their inputs and as well as for their markets, and therefore we're just bolstering a player that's within a Chinese-controlled value chain. I think that changes if you're investing in the upstream, and I think you can think of upstream components as part of the public goods that the U.S. government is providing for domestic industry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. Commissioner Miller.
Thank you, Chair Kuiken. Mr. Lin, one area I don't think Congress or we as a commission spend much time on is fusion. Can you give us a little bit more guidance on how we should think through the fusion competition with the PRC, fusion supply chains, and in particular, what our top policy priorities should be right now?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Miller. Fusion is really one of those interesting technologies where it is not yet at commercialization and has only recently broken through scientifically. So at the Lawrence Livermore National Lab, December 2022, they finally proved that they were able to essentially get more energy out of the fusion reaction than they put into it through a laser pulse. And so this was a remarkable scientific breakthrough and has shown more promise than ever before, the possibility of fusion being a commercializable technology. Now, beyond the innovation stage of fusion science comes the commercialization or the walk toward commercialization. And so at SCSP, we have a fusion commission. We recently stood up a fusion commission on the scaling of fusion energy. And we have a report coming out in the coming weeks, so I don't want to get too much ahead of that. But one of the key takeaways of it is that we've heard from industry partners and government is just the challenges of building a first-of-a-kind piece of infrastructure. How, as a company, how, as an innovator, do you build something where there are no rules that tell you how, from a regulator perspective, what your guardrails are and what your left and right bounds are? And it's difficult to build something new when you don't know whether or not it's going to be in violation of some sort of regulation or license or permit going on into the future. So I think that is a key area that we can streamline to enable, again, the commercialization of what could be a really groundbreaking, game-changing source of energy generation that, again, carries with it a whole slew of downstream implications for national power. I think the risk here, though, is that we are seeing major moves on the China side in this tech area. In the recent weeks and months, we've seen China making both scientific and literal groundbreaking achievements on building fusion machines and reaching new levels of fusion science milestones. And the key advantage here, again, is China's infrastructure-first approach toward many of these emerging technologies. They're able to cut through the regulations that stand in the way of some U.S. companies and private sector developers. They're able to devote the immense amount of capital expenditures, infrastructure, cement, steel, manufacturing capability to build large-scale Manhattan project scale projects. And so that is the risk that we see in this particular space. Yes, the U.S. was able to be the country that made the scientific breakthrough. We have to capitalize on that momentum and not fall behind in the scaling of that energy.
Thank you. To Ms. de la Bruyère, your testimony notes that Washington's tools are out of touch with the arsenal at Beijing's disposal, and I would completely agree with that. But I think there's no case more challenging than batteries right now in terms of, do we compete? How do we cooperate? How do we compete with Chinese battery companies, particularly the United States? What guidance would you give to Congress, to automotive company executives on how to make sure that we're not giving away the farm, but not also falling behind in terms of batteries?
China weaponizes cooperation. And I think we've taken an approach to China, to the competition with China broadly, where we think we can hive off areas of competition and cooperation. And that doesn't work because China is so good at manipulating quote unquote win-win environments to only its advantage. Batteries, as you say, a great case of this, where I think we've really held out hope that we can maintain ties, and it's only been to our disadvantage, and China is climbing up that value chain. The auto sector is at real risk, and I don't think we even realize the extent of that risk because China has started at the upstream and then moved down, down, down in a way that tomorrow, especially with energy trends changing, Beijing could just capture the entire global auto market. So what do we have to do? We need to have company and government level investments in the battery and the auto and the EV value chain need to have actual restrictions and real restrictions against Chinese players. And we should cut waivers on those. We should get rid of delays on bans like the graphite one I mentioned. And we should extend restrictions to a wider range of possible ties to China. So not just majority-owned joint ventures, any Chinese investment, any Chinese licensing agreements, operational ties. And the auto sector, I mean, you said recommendations to the auto sector, it needs to wake up, like fast, because you can't carve out, China's supplying this part now, but it's okay, we still have the downstream. And you can't carve out, we have cheap production in China, so let's make sure there's still a relationship. Or we sell into the Chinese market, so let's make sure we still have a relationship. Any of that cooperation, that's just sacrificing future markets and in a way that would be devastating for the domestic auto industry and therefore for America.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Miller. I think we actually have a briefing coming up from somebody on your fusion question, where China stands on it, which will be good. I'm going to pass it over now to Commissioner Price.
Thank you. One of my favorite parts about doing these hearings is when you're lower in the alphabet and all of your questions are asked. So to Ms. Dohmen and Mr. Lin, I want to dig deeper on some of your recommendations. Both of you talk about investing in U.S. Technological progress or bridging gaps. So if you had a magic wand that worked, what would this look like with particular eye towards what is the public-private partnership, or what is public, what funded in a public way, what is public through funded through private investment? How would this look? And maybe Ms. Dohmen, you could go first.
Sure. Thank you for the question. I think there are a number of things that the U.S. government could do. I generally, I'll refer to three in particular. I think one is to invest in research and development in kind of the next generation of emerging technology. So not just the technologies that we know now, but really what's next, right? What's next in semiconductor technology, for example. That's one. A second one would be talent development through educational programs workforce development programs and improved immigration policies to make sure that we have the highly skilled immigration here in the country that we need to bolster our science and technology progress. On the public-private partnerships in particular, I think this is incredibly important in areas where we don't see the incentive for the private sector to invest themselves. So areas that are highly capital intensive, we've seen, just to point to the semiconductor industry again, a couple of decades ago, we saw a lot of venture capital investment in semiconductors, but that has really dropped off as, investments in software and AI and other technologies have become more attractive. Those are the kinds of areas where the private sector just doesn't have the incentive to put its money. The return on investment isn't very quick and it takes a long time. Those are areas where I would like to see more U.S. Public-private partnerships.
Thank you, Mr. Lin.
Thank you, Commissioner Price, for the question. A very big question with a lot of ways to go with it, but maybe I'll just outline a couple off-the-cuff thoughts. One of which is, one example to look to is perhaps the way we're approaching addressing the energy demands of AI, in the sense that I think there is a model in there of taking advantage of off-take agreements or government demands, putting forth government demand signals for a certain technology or a certain requirement that can set a pathway forward for that particular industry. So in the case of AI data centers, we've seen vendors pledge to consume energy and thereby creating that demand signal for that energy, thereby creating the AI data center as a more secure investment. So setting the demand signal, I think, from government is a first step. In one of the SCSP memos that we've laid out, we lay out 5 concrete steps that lay out a roadmap to winning the industries of the future. And one, it really begins with organization. On the government side, in the memo, we proposed the creation of a technology competition council, which was a recommendation originally put forth by the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence. And the point here is really just, again, speaking to that government demand signal, a high-level government entity prioritizing what the nation's technology priorities should be. And that sets forth industry, private sector actors, private capital, academia, the whole innovation ecosystem to march in that direction. And I think that is an important first step. In the interest of time, I'll just mention 1 or 2 others. One, to the point about diffusion. I think this is where the role of regional tech hubs or innovation engines or whatever you want to call it come into play. Identifying or helping state, local governments, state, local innovators and entrepreneurs set up those regions or zones through a whole slew of incentives, credits, financial or other sorts of local level industrial policies to incentivize a technology hub that is already in the making. I think that is a key way to both capitalize on the innovation aspect of the technology cycle, but also encourage diffusion across the nation beyond just the bicoastal technology hubs.
Thank you both.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. Commissioner Sims.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lin, I love this chart that you gave us. I love a good Venn diagram. But one of the things that this has sparked like a million things in my mind as I've looked through it. But one of the things I noticed is a lot of these technologies that are listed here, and for the people who don't have it, like the way that this Venn diagram is set up, it's list technologies, and it says here are areas China's leading, areas U.S. is leading, and then areas that are contested in the middle. And if you look at almost all of these, all of them are dependent upon even more, I guess what I would call like foundational technologies. So I was just kind of sketching one out as an example of what I'm talking about. So like AI is dependent on chips, which is dependent on production capacity, which is dependent upon access to lithography equipment, which is dependent upon access to lasers and sensors. I mean, you can just go on down forever and ever and ever on this. And so I think we often are inclined to pay more attention to things that are like kind of sexy in the news right now. So everybody's talking about AGI and AI. But maybe what are some of the technologies that are even more foundational than that maybe don't get discussed as often, that we should be paying more attention to in this competition with China? And we can start with you, Mr. Lin, and others if you have thoughts as well.
Yeah, sure. Commissioner Sims, thank you for that question. And you're absolutely right. There are some fundamental foundational technologies that, by no coincidence, are also infrastructure heavy. And that is one reason why we haven't seen as much investment here in the US into them as we have seen in China, because they require high upfront CapEx, capital expenditures. They require cutting through regulations, licensing, permitting, siting requirements that are necessary for them to to break ground. And they have very slim profit margins. Chip manufacturing, for example, has a very, very low profit margins, require high yield to maximize profits there, which is why up until recently you hadn't seen much chip manufacturing happening here in the United States. Trying to think ahead of your question, though, like one of the things my team does at SCSP is trying to think over the horizon. So yes, think about today, things that we need are chip manufacturing, AI data centers, new forms of energy generation. Trying to think over the horizon, though, some of the things we've highlighted are non-terrestrial networks, LEO, low Earth orbit satellites, which, as you saw in the chart, we assessed that the U.S. is in the lead. But China has just recently launched some of its first satellites and is now on the board. And so we can't let that leadership lead to complacency. Bioreactors. Drew Endy testified on the hearing before us. Bioreactors or fermenters are a big infrastructure piece of how biotechnology innovation is done. And again, a very capital expenditure heavy piece of infrastructure that requires a lot of upfront investments. So those are just some of the ideas that I tee up for the commission for consideration.
Thanks. Any others want to weigh in on that one? Yeah, go ahead.
I'd absolutely reiterate that energy point. Obviously, energy fuels everything. Upstream materials are super important across every advanced technology field. They're an area that China prioritizes extensively, and also where China actually deploys a different strategic approach to its technology ecosystem than it does in other fields. China is actually investing more in basic research for materials relative to applied research than in most other fields, and than it does generally in its technological program, precisely because those are so foundational and can drive leapfrog developments in the downstream of that tech value chain. And also, like, things that we might not even classify as technology, like manufacturing equipment. If you look at Chinese S&T and industrial plans, they stress CNC equipment, the tools to replace manufacturing equipment, things that you can't make anything without and that we don't think about at all in our technological program, but are absolutely essential. And I think that all of this speaks to, as you said, you can keep going down and down and down and down, and there are all of these things, and often there's no market incentive to develop them in an ecosystem China distorts. And that speaks to the difficulty of setting out an innovation or a technological plan from the top down, especially in a system like that of the US. We're probably going to miss things. And therefore, I think speaks to the importance of letting markets find opportunity and investing accordingly in a working free trade system. But I think your question also raises the other question of what are we trying to accomplish? We talk so much about, well, we're leading in AI, China's coming up, but what is AI? What is leading in AI? Why do we care about it? What are we trying to accomplish in technology? And is it the ability to control the foundation for other technologies? Is it the ability to apply technologies that may have been developed elsewhere? Or, obviously this isn't my opinion, but is it first mover advantage? And I think thinking about that overall tech value chain demands the question of what is technological advantage and what do we want in it, which we should probably answer as we come up with a plan.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Sims. Commissioner Stivers.
Mr. Khang, I strongly agree with your recommendation on reforming H-1B and permanent residency policies. This is your last recommendation. And the current reality is that the best and the brightest are studying here in the United States and then don't have any kind of permanent residency. And so they have incentives to go to China or other countries to be successful and continue to innovate. It's impossible to compete with that kind of a broken system that we have. The question that I'd love for you to talk more about that, but my specific question is, what's more of a concern right now? Students and researchers who are already here that are linked to PRC, military, or other institutions, or those who study here and then go on later to join one of those institutions? How do I understand the dynamic there? Which one's more of a concern?
So I do not think that the vast majority of students and scholars who come over to the United States to study or to work here come with the nefarious intent of taking technology from the United States and serving the motherland. For the most part, they want to come to the United States because this is America, and they want to study here at the best universities. And then there are forces that are attracting these students, coupled with our broken system that's pushing them away. And that combination allows some of these students no option but to go back. I think one of the most unfortunate things that I see are the best and the brightest get caught up in the lottery system, and they can't stay here even though that the company wants them, even though America wants them, because of this lottery system. And so this recommendation has probably come up multiple times, and of course it has been very difficult to address and fix.
Yep.
But we do need to switch to a merit-based system. A merit-based system that lowers the barrier for what it means to have extraordinary ability. One of these EB 1, 2, and 3 systems right now, the bar for what is considered extraordinary ability in the STEM fields is quite ridiculous. I think that if you have a list of, let's say, technologies that America wants, greenlight some of those technologies, and if you work in those STEM fields, then you qualify, or at least get a better leg up to be chosen in these systems. To answer, come back and answer your question, I do think that there is a pattern of students graduating in prestigious universities in the PRC, getting a master's degree and PhD in a prestigious US university, working for 2 to 3 years, and then going back on a talent program. That's a pattern we see over and over again. So I would say that these patterns, though, started at a source around 2014, 2015. This wasn't a pattern before. Most of the people who came over in the 1970s, the first QSPIA people that came over from the PRC as physicists to come to the United States, they didn't leave. Most of them are still here, right? These incentives were skewed towards the PRC as the PRC developed these talent attraction policies, and we did nothing about it, right? So H-1B is a great example of our broken system just pushing people away and having China at them.
Some would argue that there should be restrictions on PRC students studying in STEM fields in the United States. How would you respond to that?
I disagree with that. The best and the brightest of the PRC system in schoolings from middle schools to high school, they want to come to the universities here and study. The problem is not to try to bar them, it's try to attract them and say, hey, look, you can have freedoms here. You can get citizenship here. You can become an American. Right, that's how I came over, and I'm an American. I'm very proud of myself. Right, it's because those incentives were there for me. Right, and I think if you turn this around and not look at it as restrictions, but emphasizing how attractive we can be with some pointed policies, I think that we can again revive the American dream.
Thanks for that. I want to turn to graphite. China's threatened restrictions on graphite in response to President Trump's 10% tariff announcement. Ms. de la Bruyère and Ms. Dohmen also, do you believe that, maybe in the long term that wouldn't be so bad in terms of, building our own self-sufficiency? Ms. Dohmen makes the case in her testimony that, when export controls can be counterproductive, when it empowers China to become self-sufficient with indigenous innovation. How would you answer that?
I think there are times when China certainly, at least its messaging can be its own worst enemy. And so, yes, absolutely. And so should the very fact that China is threatening that. I think the private sector across the world needs to internalize the fact that China is not a trusted partner and isn't operating according to market forces, and that means they can't afford to rely on China. I'd also argue, though, that generally, so big picture, absolutely yes, if properly internalized. The trend up to this point has been that China threatens restrictions, for example, on graphite, in a way to pressure the U.S. government, as well as to pressure U.S. companies to pressure the U.S. government, and doesn't actually follow through on them. So those threats serve only to undermine U.S. protections and don't cause the reworking of supply chains that they should. That said, the messaging should be internalized by the private sector, and it can be positive for our capabilities.
Thanks. Ms. Dohmen, sorry, I'm a little over time, but I wanted you to answer that too.
Sure, I'll keep it brief. Thank you for the question. I actually agree with a lot that you've already said, so I'll just add on very quickly. I think we just need to do more of a better job of actually studying kind of what we call at CSET kind of reverse choke points. So what are the choke points that China could be able to potentially use against us, right? Whether it's in critical minerals or whatever have you, we need to make sure that we know what those are, the way that China is studying, to figure out what their choke points are, and to figure out where China might have leverage. So I think more work needs to be done on that. And it's an area where, an open source research center, for example, like I mentioned in my recommendations, would be able to help, pull people together that have the technical expertise, the language expertise, and be able to drive that kind of open source research to design policies to help mitigate the risks.
Thank you.
I think there are a couple commissioners that want to have a second round. We'll go to Commissioner Miller first and then Commissioner Price.
Thank you. We have a lot of experts coming in today in different fields of expertise, and I intend to ask each one of them a simple question requiring a very brief response. How would you best characterize export controls on key technologies in the areas of your expertise? Would you call it absolutely critical, useful, not important, or counterproductive? And while I want to get each of your answers, I want to end with Ms. Dohmen, because she wrote a very compelling, very interesting, I would say, Foreign Affairs article a number of months ago, in which she said, the main problem for Washington is that export controls may inadvertently accelerate the development of China's domestic semiconductor industry. Also, that export controls will probably spur China's semiconductor industry to catch up with market leaders. I think it's an interesting point to make if it's 2015 and we hadn't started down the export control process. Now that we're 10 years later, it seems almost impossible to imagine a hypothetical where the Chinese would reverse that process anyways, even if the United States were to stop export controls and announce that they were reversing them. So I'd like to get each of your responses maybe down the line, but end with Ms. Dohmen, just a little bit of context on why you think this would possibly apply in this day and age. Thank you.
I would say useful if we close the loopholes that are in our export controls. And I agree with you that the argument that says export controls will spur more innovation in China, it rings hollow to me because they're going to do it anyway.
Useful, but as dressing on top of a much more robust policy for technological competition and without assumptions about their effectiveness.
I would say somewhere between useful and important, with the emphasis on the fact that we just need to focus on running faster here. That alone is just simply not going to be enough. To respond to your point about, and also to Tim's response, I do not deny that that has certainly been the case, right? China's self-sufficiency efforts, especially in the semiconductor industry, have been, a key driver for the last, decades, really. The point that I want to make here is that it's not that China wasn't already innovating and driving towards self-sufficiency. It's that there is now more of a necessity to actually do so. Previously, the Chinese government was pushing for more collaboration within, let's say, the semiconductor industry, to work together. But the problem was the Chinese companies still had access to foreign suppliers. And with that access to foreign suppliers, the downstream companies that were supplying the tools or trying to innovate and create, a domestic industry for the tools didn't actually have really a market to sell those to. And the semiconductor industry is actually very integrated, and there's a lot of co-development up and down the supply chain. And to actually innovate and progress and diffuse the technology and make it useful on the fab lines, you need that collaboration, and the fabs need to be willing to actually work with their tool manufacturers. Now we have a situation where there's actually, there are pilot lines on specific, at fabs specifically to drive that, to focus on that domestic innovation. So what I'm saying is, it's not that there wasn't self-sufficiency efforts before, it's just more of a necessity now. And I think it's just accelerated that push. And I apologize, I know you wanted me to go to last, so apologies about that.
Well, maybe just to build off that point, I'm taking advantage of the grayscale. I'll put it somewhere between useful and critically important. Export controls are a depreciating asset. So the longer we wait to use them, the less effective they'll be, just due to the pace of technology and technological innovation. To some of my fellow panelists' additional points, they must be carried out in coordination in conjunction with other tools that we have in the toolkit. Inbound investment screening, outbound investment restrictions, market access restrictions, just to name a few. But it is not the only tool that we have in the tool belt. It has to be complementary with some of the other tools that we have.
Yeah, thank you for those answers and also the clarification. And also there is an awareness that as you come in here and testify and try to convey an important message, that you want to make sure you're not talking export controls, because you lose the message of pushing the positive and the offensive side of it in some ways, the pushing innovation and driving harder and driving faster. So thank you all for your answers.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. Commissioner Price, and then we'll go to Commissioner Sims.
Very simple question. The name of this hearing is Made in China 2025, Who's Winning? We've heard a lot of glass half empty, glass half full. So I just wanted to give you each an opportunity to answer that in less than a paragraph, but more than one word if you'd like, just to make sure we're all pretty clear. So maybe I'll start with Mr. Khang, and we'll go down the table.
I thought about this question because winning can be a gerund or it can be a continuous verb, right? Who is doing a lot of the winning right now continuously is China. However, I do believe that the United States is still ahead.
Not a grammar gal, but China on both the gerund and the continuous verb. We can't make without China. China can make without us.
Since my area of expertise is mostly in the semiconductor industry, I'll stick to that. We are still ahead, but we are buying time and we have a window of opportunity. So I'll just reemphasize that we just need to focus on running faster here. So would say currently winning, but it's a window of opportunity that we need to take advantage of.
I'd say if we're centering Made in China 2025 strictly around manufacturing, China is winning. However, I think one key takeaway should be for the U.S. that if we combine our innovation lead that we've demonstrated with things like ChatGPT, with mRNA vaccines, our innovation capacity combined with some investments in manufacturing that can really push us ahead. So it's two sides of the same coin.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. Commissioner Sims.
I'm back on Mr. Lin's beautiful Venn diagram.
I'm going to ask a question there in a second.
So in the contested space, you have semiconductors listed, and you have an arrow indicating the direction you think that competition is going. And in this particular instance, you feel like by 2030, we will be pushing that, trying to get it outside of contested into more like we're winning that space. I'm curious how that assessment might be impacted by a Taiwan move by China, if they were to forcefully take take Taiwan, how that would impact that assessment.
Okay, yes. Well, a Taiwan contingency would be game-changing for obviously not just semiconductors, but for the global economy. As you're rightfully hinting at, the world, a majority of the world's chip manufacturing happens on the island of Taiwan. We have seen some successes of the Chips and Science Act pushing some of that chip manufacturing off the island. And I think just recently, Taiwan, and Hanna, please correct me if I'm wrong, the Taiwanese government just authorized TSMC to offshore some of its most leading edge, like 2-nanometer chip manufacturing outside of the island, which up until this point had not really been discussed because Taiwan sees that as one of its key strategic assets. And so, yeah, without a doubt, a Taiwan contingency would throw the semiconductor supply chain into a whirlwind, let alone the global economy. But again, we are starting to see some silver linings that first, China expressing at least an open-mindedness, willing to offshore some of its leading edge chip manufacturing. And again, some successes from Chips and Science to onshoring chip manufacturing here in the US.
Ms. Dohmen, you want to add anything to that?
No, I mean, I agree with a lot of what Mr. Lin has already said. And, you know, I think the Chips and Science Act in particular, I think to go back to the argument that was previously made, what the Chips and Science Act is doing, or the, you know, the manufacturing incentives in particular and the tax credits, is creating not just, you know, an opportunity for companies like TSMC to invest here and bring those fabs here, those leading edge fabs. It's also an opportunity to create clusters of that kind of, you know, technology development here. And we've seen a lot of that already happening in just the few years since the act was passed. And I think that's exactly, you know, where we need to be headed to kind of mitigate the risks in case of a Taiwan contingency. But of course, the effects of that would be, you know, far beyond the semiconductor industry as well.
One last question. So the one surprise in this Venn diagram to me was that AI was not put in the U.S. leading category, but was in the contested category. And the reason that I was surprised by that is even with DeepSeek R1, I think it's pretty clear now as we learn more about it that it was distilled from, you know, ChatGPT, and not that LLMs are the be-all, end-all in the AI world, but it feels like to me historically China has struggled in competing with America's innovation economy, that they're a lot better at stealing stuff than they are making stuff. And so that's obviously it's a terrible thing, but from an innovation standpoint, they're always a little bit behind, because if you're relying on stealing other people's IP instead of making your own, by definition, they're going to stay ahead of you a little bit. And that's kind of how I've been thinking about the AI space. And so am I thinking about that the wrong way? And why would you kind of say that AI is in a contested area now rather than us being in the lead?
Yeah, maybe I'll riff off of your what you're saying about China stealing U.S. IP, which China has had a long history of this, going back to, you know, ever since I started watching China, going back to 2010 when cyber operations was kind of the forefront of the policy discussion in the bilateral relationship. But maybe if I could encourage you to maybe think a little differently from the stealing to the so thinking of China rather than being purely an imitator, China is an iterator. Dan Wang wrote a great book and wrote a great article in Foreign Affairs where he introduces this idea of process innovation. So China has not yet or hasn't replicated the U.S. success in introducing true scientific breakthroughs that have revolutionized the world, going back to mRNA vaccines, going back to ChatGPT, going back to the iPhone. But what China has done is taken these innovations, and thanks again to its manufacturing prowess, been able to iterate on these things to make it better, faster, cheaper. And we're seeing that unfold before our eyes with DeepSeek's R1, and that they're able to take some of the foundational US innovations and in the software space now, take those innovations, iterate on them, and make them cheaper and faster and better. And so I think that is the future trajectory that we're headed in now.
Commissioner Freeberg's told me he does not have any more questions, so I'll take the last one before we all go get lunch. First of all, there's been some great quotes on this panel. I think Randy and I have been writing them down. David, you just landed one. China is an iterator. Emily, you had China weaponizes cooperation. And then, David, you did export controls are a depreciating asset, which is a fantastic sort of way to think about things. My question is, I'm glad Commissioner Sims held up that chart. We just heard from Dr. Endy on the last panel that we are losing badly in pharmaceuticals, and we are, if not totally losing in synthetic biology, we're about to be losing. He gave the Commissioner Price the idea of a 1,000-day race, gave us some very specific ideas. You guys, SCSP, when I say you guys, have biotech and pharmaceuticals in the U.S. is crushing it category, which sort of demands a response. And I don't mean that in a nasty way. I just mean we'd like to sort of welcome your feedback on that one.
Yeah, I think for the Venn diagram in particular, we break biotech into two areas: synthetic biology and biopharmaceuticals. Biopharmaceuticals, I think, again, lends itself towards China's manufacturing advantages. Lots of contract manufacturing work. Pharmaceutical ingredient contract manufacturers are based out of China, look to China to build the key pharmaceutical ingredients, KPIs. And so I think from that vantage point, China is definitely ahead. Synthetic biology, I think, lends itself to U.S., to America's innovation advantages. And I'm not super deep on that subject, but I will say that was one of the key considerations that put that particular technology in the U.S. side.
That was a good answer. So it's still, though, sort of different. It's still different than what Dr. Endy sort of told us, which is that in the biopharmaceutical space, he has basically said that they have done, and this goes back to Commissioner Sims' comment about sort of the foundational layers. It sounds like in the foundational layers in biopharmaceuticals that the U.S. basically is totally or nearly totally dependent on China. So the concept that we're leaning in the biopharmaceutical space just doesn't seem to hold water.
Absolutely. I take your point, Commissioner Kaiken. I think one technology we can lean into to perhaps leapfrog there over China's systemic advantages there is, again, going back to AI. The prospects that AI has for biotechnology are yet to be defined, but very hopeful. They're able to potentially apply AI to biotech R&D to discover new biotechnological frontiers. And so applying AI to biotech, I think, is really the next phase of the biotech competition writ large.
All right. Thank you very much to everyone on the panel. And I believe we're going to reconvene at 2 o'clock. We'll see everybody at 2, or no, none of you. You're all, thank you very much for coming. You guys all get to go. Thank you.
Afternoon, and welcome back to my fellow commissioners. Our third panel and final panel of the day will examine the types of industrial policies China has pursued to advance its Made in China 2025 goals. We'll start with Ms. Liza Tobin, who is the Managing Director of Garneau Global and a Senior Fellow at the Jamestown Foundation. Ms. Tobin will testify on how China's all-out industrial policies create a unique system of brute force economics. Then we'll hear from Dr. Barry Naughton, who's joining us virtually. He's the So-Kwan Lok Chair of Chinese International Affairs at the University of California, San Diego's School of Global Policy and Strategy. Dr. Naughton will discuss how a step change has occurred over the past 5 years as Chinese policymakers increasingly emphasize technological self-reliance. And then finally, we'll hear from Dr. Kyle Chan, postdoctoral research associate at Princeton University. Dr. Chan will assess how China's foreign technology acquisition, its use of multiple simultaneous industrial strategies, and its export-led development model have aided China's technological and industrial development. So thank you all very much for your testimony, and ask our witnesses to keep remarks to 7 minutes. Ms. Tobin, start with you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Shriver, Commissioner Keiken, members of the Commission, and to everyone else joining us today. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify before you on this topic. Manufacturing is China's key strategic advantage over the United States. Now, nearly everybody knows that China is the world's factory, but what is less widely understood is that China is translating its manufacturing prowess into innovation power. The results are clear, and I know you've already talked about them this morning. China has surpassed the United States in technologies like 5G, hypersonics, electric vehicles, and batteries, and is making rapid progress in AI and biotechnology. In robotics, one of the key sectors identified in Made in China 2025 10 years ago, the PRC has vastly exceeded its goals. By 2023, China was deploying more industrial robots than the rest of the world combined. Beijing has obliterated the myth that used to prevail in Washington a few years ago, that China can't innovate, that it can only borrow and steal technology. What China is doing is combining legitimate tactics, like large investments in education and infrastructure, with unfair play. Beijing's approach reminds me of a schoolyard dynamic that we all recognize: the big kid who combines legitimate strength with unfair tactics to dominate the playground. I call this brute force economics, and it has 3 characteristics. First, force. Beijing can bring together the entire party-state apparatus to achieve its strategic ends. So our firms aren't competing with their individual peers in the Chinese system, but rather with an entire ecosystem that Rand scholar Jude Blanchett has called CCP Inc. Second is scale. As the world's second largest economy, China wields both an enormous market and massive resources for industrial policy. And then third, ruthlessness. The CCP approaches economic competition as a zero-sum game. So think economic espionage and predatory trade practices. And it consistently fails to meet its international commitments. Now, Americans usually respect a tough competitor, but China's combination of ingenuity, predation, and scale has confounded policymakers. Beijing's lead in manufacturing presents 2 urgent challenges for us. First, we are not prepared for a prolonged conflict with our primary rival. Our defense industrial base now depends on a potential adversary for numerous critical materials like energetics and semiconductors. And second, we are at risk of losing the next industrial revolution. AI is coming together with physical industry to transform manufacturing. If there's one thing I'd like you to take away today, it's the idea of industrial AI. Advances in generative AI have brought surprising innovations to cognitive tasks, and we all see this every day in ChatGPT and other LLMs. Now, think about applying that kind of innovation on the factory floor to physical and mechanical tasks. Imagine someone without any coding background using an iPad to quickly design a digital prototype for a specialized component that goes into a drone, and then get it into production within days rather than weeks and months. But we're not set up to fully benefit from these trends. How do we turn this around? I'd argue that we're in a moment of unique historical opportunity in our contest with China. At the same time as this new industrial revolution is unfolding, many companies are looking for opportunities to diversify out of China to less risky places. So how do we make that happen? Just as dealing with the schoolyard bully requires building our own strength, standing up to abuse, and teaming up with friends, responding to China's brute force economics requires a 3-part strategy. The first is obvious. We talk about it a lot: promote. It's time to re-industrialize. We've already made a good start with semiconductors, with the CHIPS Act, but we need a much broader manufacturing renaissance. Only 12% of our factories use advanced robotics. We need an action plan that matches the scale of this challenge and targeted incentives to drive widespread technology adoption. Second, pushback. We need to defend against these predatory practices, and for the sake of time, I'll save my ideas here for the Q&A. Third, we need to pool our resources with allies. To overmatch China's ability to weaponize its market, we need a dual-track system that leverages democracies' combined market power. We need a new vision for trade, more trade with friendly countries that play fair, and less trade with the world's biggest cheater. We can take inspiration from the pre-WTO General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, which was based on the principle of free trade for free nations and managed trade for autocracies. This means preferential treatments for partners who play fair and strict guardrails around trade with rivals. In an age of cyber-physical systems, power flows to those that control both code and steel. An American response to China's industrial strategy must include a manufacturing renaissance. This can secure our economic vitality, our ability to deter conflict, and strategic leadership in the decades ahead. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the questions.
Thank you very much. Dr. Naughton.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to commissioners for allowing me to participate in this hearing virtually. I genuinely appreciate it. Let me make 4 basic points. First, I want to endorse the main point made by my fellow panelists that it's really important that we grasp the scale and the multidimensional character of what's happening in China. It really is an unprecedented challenge to the United States, to our industry, to our policy, and ultimately to our national security. First, within the long-term commitment of China to becoming a manufacturing superpower, we can identify 3 successive stages of China's industrial policy. The first was something fairly familiar, starting in 2006, going on to about 2015, really targeting sectors where China saw economic opportunity, new growth drivers. After about 2015, which is right at the time when Made in China 2025 is released, we see China moving very clearly to a second phase of strategy. And that phase is the so-called innovation-driven development strategy, where Chinese policymakers really take stock of the fact that there is a technological revolution going on and that China intends to compete at the frontier with the United States for dominance of this. And it lays out right at the beginning a geostrategic rationale for this kind of economic policy. And one of the ways to think about Made in China 2025 is that it represents the Chinese policymakers adapting what had previously been a sort of sectoral targeting approach to this new across-the-board manufacturing superpower conception based on technological revolution. That is already very, very important. But then to bring it closer to the present, after 2020, 2021, we see China making a step change towards a new emphasis, not just on competing at the frontier, but also at having a self-reliant and self-sufficient industrial system. As Liza stressed, China's manufacturing system is by far the biggest in the world, but that's not enough for Chinese policymakers. They have explicitly said they want to make it less reliant on imports and imported technology in every dimension, while at the same time maintaining the dependency that other countries have on Chinese exports. So in other words, this strategy has clearly shifted to one where self-reliance and geostrategic dominance is at the center of each step of practical policy making. Made in China 2025 is still with us. It's been rebranded. It's now called China Manufacturing Superpower. And some of the techniques have shifted a little. Again, it's less sectoral, but there is a set of green books that lay out a wide array of manufacturing sectors, and for each sector identifies the technologies, the materials, and the key components for which China is still dependent on imports. With the course, and then there are roadmaps for 2030, 2035. They've learned their lesson. They don't publish quantitative targets for reducing these dependencies, but the clear implications are by 2030, by 2035, or later, China, reduces our reliance on imported technologies in these areas. That's led then to a very important shift in instruments. Up until 2020, China tried very hard to implement its industrial policy with market-conforming instruments. There were many of them. They were overlapping. They were subsidies. They were taxes. They were government guidance funds, which made investments like a venture capital firm. But all these, they tried to retain the advantages of a market economy matched with a kind of government steerage. What's happened in the last couple of years is that Chinese policymakers have become too impatient, and they are now increasingly pushing top-down government organized forms, which they give creative names to. One is New Style Whole of Nation System for large central government organized programs, and another is innovation consortia that can be organized at the local level or by central government ministries. But these involve the government stepping in, serving as a kind of forceful matchmaker to push firms, research institutes, and service providers together into a new government-steered organization. Final point, all these measures, this increase of priority, definitely creates a very strong challenge for the United States. At the same time, it's important for us to recognize that these are extremely economically costly measures for China. Stepping away from the market costs them a lot. Trying to substitute for higher quality, cheaper imported components costs them a lot. Their focus on becoming a manufacturing superpower makes it much more difficult for them to resolve their housing crisis, which they've now been stumbling through for 3 years. Makes it harder for them to rectify their fiscal system difficulties. So they are definitely paying a cost for these programs, which reflects their priorities. I think they're more concerned with the geostrategic advantages than they are with the economic cost. But as we respond to this great challenge, it's very important that we don't swing to the opposite extreme, that we maintain our advantages through a selective policy that allows us to benefit from the cost advantages of trade when we can manage free trade and also protect certain key industries when we deem them essential for our security. Thank you. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Dr. Chan.
Thank you for inviting me to testify on this important topic. China pursues an all-of-the-above approach to achieving global industrial leadership. China's industrial policy does not merely consist of tariffs and subsidies. It is broader, deeper, and more sophisticated than many realize, spanning a vast array of policy tools and actors. These include state bank loans, state-run research centers, local government support for infrastructure and land acquisition, talent poaching, industrial espionage, and a lot more. Let me highlight 3 key features of China's industrial policy. First, China proactively brings in and uses foreign firms to acquire technology. Foreign companies that wish to do business in China are often required to set up not only factories, but also R&D facilities in China, and in many cases, through joint ventures with Chinese companies. Foreign firms enter into a Faustian bargain where they profit from selling to China's market in the near term, but build up their future Chinese competitors in the long run. This is what happened with high-speed rail technology. International train makers like Siemens and Alstom were eager to take part in what China promised to be a once-in-a-century market opportunity. Rather than simply importing foreign bullet trains, China's Ministry of Railways arranged joint ventures between Chinese companies and foreign train makers to build trains in China and share technology and know-how. Over time, China developed what it claimed to be its own Chinese-designed train models and merged its train companies into a single state-owned giant that's now the largest global player in the industry. China also uses foreign firms to turbocharge its own domestic industry. Apple is one example. Over the years, China has pushed Apple to localize its supply chain and develop China's domestic manufacturing ecosystem. Chinese firms like BOE and Lens Technology have been steadily replacing many of Apple's non-Chinese suppliers. Apple even sends engineers to share production techniques with Chinese firms. Today, many of these same Chinese firms supply components to Chinese smartphone makers like Vivo, Xiaomi, and Huawei. Tesla is another example. As it prepared to launch its Shanghai plant, Tesla worked closely with a Chinese-owned equipment maker to develop a massive metal casting machine that it dubbed the Gigapress. These powerful new machines helped to revolutionize auto manufacturing by cutting down on time and costs. These gigapresses were soon adopted by Chinese electric car companies, enabling them to make cars faster and more cheaply than their industry peers. Although China's EV industry was already expanding rapidly before Tesla's arrival, the launch of Tesla's Shanghai plant helped to turbocharge its growth and train a whole generation of Chinese engineers and technicians in new production techniques. A second key feature of China's industrial policy is its remarkable adaptability. Rather than giving up in the face of setbacks or challenges, China frequently shifts strategies, testing to see what works and doubling down where it finds success. For example, China's auto industry was once seen as an industrial policy failure. Years of joint ventures with foreign automakers failed to make Chinese car companies competitive or innovative. So, China tried to leapfrog the industry altogether with electric vehicles. China threw the kitchen sink at the problem, investing in a range of technologies, rolling out subsidies and tax breaks, and tilting the playing field heavily in favor of domestic firms over foreign ones. A lot happened at the local level, where city governments bought fleets of public buses that were electric, created EV exemptions for traffic restrictions, and built up charging infrastructure. Private companies like CATL and BYD received significant state support. The success of China's EV industry today is but the latest phase in a long process of trial and error. We see similar policy pivots in China's semiconductor industry. China has tried backing a variety of partnerships with foreign companies. China has launched giant state investment funds that have led to bankruptcies and fraud, but also some success. In the face of export controls from the US, China has explored technical workarounds like advanced packaging and pushed companies to buy domestic chips. DeepSeek's recent breakthroughs in AI are already being used to improve the performance of Huawei's AI chips. A third key feature of China's industrial policy is that it seeks to develop Chinese firms that can compete globally. While China has long pursued an export-led growth strategy, what's different this time is that Chinese firms are now competing in high-value, high-tech industries that were once dominated by the US, Europe, and Japan. China doesn't just make solar panels. It makes the manufacturing equipment that makes solar panels. China doesn't just make electric cars. It makes their core components, from batteries to electric motors. It even makes the industrial robots that make the cars. Chinese firms trying to expand globally have been met with a range of responses. Some countries, like the US, have sought to limit Chinese products like EVs through tariffs or national security rules. Other countries or regions, like the EU, Brazil, and Turkey, have placed tariffs on Chinese imports while welcoming some forms of Chinese investment. Beijing has taken a tailored approach, encouraging Chinese firms to build factories in friendly countries and holding back investment in others. China's determined efforts to lead the world in a range of critical high-tech industries poses a distinct challenge to the United States. The conventional view of international market competition no longer applies. In a growing number of industries, the United States faces a binary choice: compete intensively or let China dominate. In strategic sectors where the US is dominant or competitive, we should provide policy support to prevent our industries from going under, especially in the face of market volatility. We should also limit the ability of American companies to set up manufacturing and R&D facilities in China when it might result in technology transfer or even for outdated technology. In sectors where we lag behind, like EVs and batteries, we should use industrial policy tools to develop our manufacturing base and acquire technology from industry leaders. This includes turning China's industrial playbook back on itself and using access to our market to get technology from Chinese firms. Ultimately, we must do more to actively support our industries and stay ahead in the intensifying race with China. Thank you.
Thank you to all our witnesses again. We will go in reverse alphabetical order, starting with co-chairs. And maybe I'll just pick up your last point there. Reversing the script, flipping the script, and taking a page out of a Chinese playbook to mix my metaphors here. Aren't the Chinese too smart for that? If they invented the playbook and they saw how easily how easily they were able to bring in U.S. talent, technology, JVs, et cetera, what would be the actual practical approach to flipping the script?
It's a great question. So you're right. In a way, we exist in an era where this has already been done before, and China pioneered many of the strategies to do so. What we can think about, though, is right now, as we speak, there are Chinese companies investing in plants in other parts of the world, in Europe, in parts of the global south, and even in the United States to a certain extent. And there's a willingness, it seems, to engage in some kind of trade-off or deal, possibly. Now, that being said, there are already efforts, a lot of them informal, to limit the ability of Chinese firms to share, especially what they regard as core technology, like in electric vehicles. So that is clearly going to be, an area of challenge. But there could be some avenue of opportunity in the midst of all that. Thank you.
So in other words, they are sort of onto the whole scheme a little bit. Thank you. Dr. Naughton, you described the three phases, starting with targeted sectors, then innovation-driven manufacturing, and now the step change. These, to an uninitiated, uneducated, these seem like they are each new phase is a bit of a higher degree of difficulty to accomplish, and particularly moving to self-reliance, self-sustainability. It seems they are also, part of a global supply chain network and reliant on others, particularly not just our market, but particularly for some input. Can you sort of handicap this step change and how successful they may be, and is this something that we need to actively work against them achieving, and perhaps that means remaining in their supply chains in some areas where we might be tempted to extract ourselves just for the purpose of keeping leverage, et cetera? I think you're on mute.
Apologies. I think there are limits to our ability to guess how this is going to play out in different sectors, because it's very different in each case. And the Chinese, as Kyle said, they're very flexible. They know they're not going to be able to become completely self-reliant. So they're balancing costs and what they would consider to be dependency on a sort of case-by-case basis. But absolutely, what this means is that both sides are engaged in a kind of partial managed decoupling. The Chinese, of course, deny it, but they're actually doing it much more than we are. And it's costly to them, and we need to manage it as best we can to minimize our costs and maximize theirs.
Thank you. Ms. Tobin, your ideas are, I would say, quite bold in some areas, reindustrializing the United States. I think since I was politically aware and conscious. Every president has said we're going to bring manufacturing back to the States, and it seems to be a long-standing objective. But your point about the need to modernize manufacturing, and I wrote down only 12% of plants use advanced robotics. Isn't one of the challenges to that, one of the arguments to bring back manufacturing is actually employment and jobs, and the concern among many domestic constituencies are that the advanced robotics actually work against that goal, even if bringing the manufacturing back helps with broader national interests and national security interests? And how do you deal with that?
Talent is arguably the biggest choke point and obstacle to winning the tech competition with China. We are short 600,000 skilled manufacturing workers, so there's all these open jobs in the manufacturing sector because over decades of deindustrialization, these people stopped going into manufacturing, learning these skills. That number is expected to grow to more than 1 million by 2030, so we simply don't have enough people to work in these factories. So we actually need automation. We need robotics. China does too because of their demographic downfall. And so they're going gangbusters bringing in the robots because they need them to run these factories. We do too. So I think there's, the issue is the U.S. has more cultural and political hurdles to automation than China does. But for this audience, I think the key recommendations are, look, talent is absolutely key, and we need to be firing on all cylinders. We need to find a path for high-skill immigration reform. We also need to develop our own workforce and put a lot more resources into workforce training and development.
I appreciate it. Commissioner Kuiken.
Thank you, Commissioner Shriver. Ms. Tobin, one of the ideas that I've tried to sort of get into the bloodstream on Capitol Hill over the years is the idea of sort of reinvigorating the National Defense Education Act, sort of a 2.0 version of it. This is one of the things that we used in the 1950s post-Sputnik. Have you thought at all on this issue? Your workforce training comments, your education comments seem to suggest that this is something that you're sort of arguing for. What's your reaction?
So I'm not an expert on the NDAA, but just again to return to the point of if this is about national focus on training up a workforce for manufacturing, then I'm all in support of that. I think that over the decades, we've trended away from thinking about this career as something that young people want to go into. And in fact, manufacturing jobs of the future in these future factories that we're imagining look very different than they looked in previous decades. These are software jobs. These are, again, industrial AI. These are very highly paid, high-tech. These are tech jobs. We shouldn't be thinking about them as dirty, dull, dangerous manufacturing jobs. We should think of them as technology jobs. We have some factories of the future already going. Some of our larger firms, Toyota, John Deere, and others are already running this way. The problem is that most of our manufacturers are small and medium-sized, 500 people or fewer. And so they just simply don't necessarily have the wherewithal, the expertise, the financial resources to upgrade, to move into this phase of industrial AI. And that's where targeted government incentives can help fill that gap and connect them to these resources that our very largest and most advanced firms are already using.
Thank you. Mr. Cheung, one of the things we heard about this morning was the aerospace industry, and it's an area where the United States and Europe continue to sort of maintain a competitive advantage, at least in terms of the supply chain. You didn't touch on aerospace, but welcome sort of your views on the aerospace industry, why Europe and the United States have still sort of experienced success there, and how we should evaluate that in the context of some of your other recommendations.
Yeah, so I think some of the other panelists earlier spoke to some of the core technology issues that are involved. And it's interesting, there's a lot of parallels there between aerospace engineering and semiconductor manufacturing in terms of, again, access to some core technologies, also access to key manufacturing equipment. These two areas that create bottlenecks and make it very difficult for new players to come in and challenge the few incumbents that are in the space. But one thing that I would point out is that the effort to try to develop an aerospace and aviation industry in China has been happening now for a number of decades, and I think will likely keep on going, even if they run into issues, even if they feel like at this moment there's some success, but not the kind of dramatic success that they'd hoped for, as with other industries. So I would continue to watch this space because I think we shouldn't be comfortable with the idea that the technology bottlenecks are going to be enough as they stand today. There could even be more discussions about where we could create more restrictions or create more bottlenecks along the way, rather than hoping that naturally it's just a very hard engineering challenge to solve. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like I got 1 minute. Mr. Naughton, one of my commissioner colleagues did this morning, and I thought it was actually kind of a clever idea, which is there anything that is in your recommendations that you weren't able to get to in your opening statement? Because I recently heard you at a Chatham House Rules event, so I won't tell you which event it was or anything else about it, but you said some very insightful things, so I want to give you a chance to take the floor for my remaining time on things you didn't get to say in your opening statement.
I wish I knew what you were referring to. I think that we're in a situation right now where China and the United States are locked in close embrace, but also vitally essential competition. And so, I think it's really incumbent on us to carry out a very kind of strategic and limited decoupling, where we're trying to protect the areas where we have clear technological advantage. But precisely because China is such a huge part of global manufacturing, we'd be shooting ourselves in the foot to simply stop taking the large range of industrial commodities from China that are cost effective, in some cases subsidized by the Chinese government, but that contribute to our cost competitiveness. So I think, it's really this kind of close-in competition is the world that we live in. Lots of American businesses still make lots of money in China. To a certain extent, maybe their time there is limited, but we have, enormous advantages, but it's just essential that we, pick our battles very carefully. And if we pick our battles carefully and create some distance from the Chinese economy, they are creating some tremendous difficulties for themselves. And I think we definitely are in a position to prevail against this very great threat.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stivers.
Dr. Chan, in your testimony, you described how specific U.S. and international companies have basically enabled and enabled the success of Made in China 2025. It's incredibly frustrating. I think we do have this fundamental challenge that you described in very compellingly about how these powerful companies are seeing a short-term advantage there, but it's undermining our long-term national and economic security. Many of us have seen clearly that this does undermine our security. But this also seems like yesterday's news. This has happened. It's made China 2025 a success. What sectors or companies should we be looking at moving forward? Are there particular areas that Congress can shine the light on? Again, sectors or specific companies that you think we should focus on?
Thank you for your question. So some aspects actually of sort of high-tech manufacturing equipment, as I sort of mentioned before, in relation to the aerospace industry, and especially in relation to the semiconductor industry, But elsewhere, the U.S. is actually still at the cutting edge in many respects for sort of the actual manufacturing equipment itself. That's one area that I think you will get fewer household names like Apple, but those are the sort of enabling sort of like, not quite foundational technologies, but they're sort of the enabling technologies that allow for this broader manufacturing capacity at the high end. So I think it would be useful to do a more thorough review to figure out exactly which of these companies exist in the U.S., what their financial or economic conditions are. To what extent are they in a precarious state? Could they use our help? Or are they being coerced or challenged in some way by China? We should be thinking proactively about trying to find, identify, and then support those particular American manufacturers. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Yeah, we do need a thorough review from somebody on what is coming next. Are tariffs and restrictions on outbound investment, are those the best answers here?
Those are certainly tools that can be used, and to Professor Naughton's point, in a selective and strategic way, they can be very effective. I think, for example, the use of tariffs for industries where the U.S. is catching up, like batteries, and those are areas where it would make sense, in fact, to borrow not just from the Chinese industrial playbook, but from a well-known industrial playbook to protect sort of our infant industries or protect our sort of startups and rising companies and efforts from being pushed out too early from the market. And we've seen this happen again and again, where you have even companies that are supported with policy support within the U.S., but we ultimately let them fail, and then sometimes that technology then ends up going abroad. So I think we should think carefully about how we can use these to shelter and protect some of our strategic industries, especially as they're emerging. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Tobin, thank you for your testimony on the promote side. If nothing happens on the promote side, on your recommendations here, will we lose the technological competition with China?
Yeah, I think the point I really want to get across is that manufacturing is this cross-cutting sector that is an enabler to all of these other critical and emerging technologies that we care about, from biotechnology to semiconductors to quantum to material science to robotics to all the rest. We still have the opportunity to get this right, but I think this window is narrowing quickly. These two converging trends that I talked about, where an increasing number of firms that are producing in China are trying to diversify. They're looking at China plus one or China plus two strategies. They see the writing on the wall with the coming Trump tariffs, and they know that there's added incentives to come reshore in the United States. But we need to incentivize them and help remove some of the hurdles. So I think if we let things continue with the status quo, in a few years, we will see the same thing happen in, say, robotics and automation and biotechnology that we saw in the 2010s and the early 2020s with 5G. We're starting to see it in 6G with China getting ahead in patents. I think we're starting to see the same writing on the wall in sectors where traditionally the U.S. has had a strong lead, like biotechnology and robotics. China's already ahead of us in certain subsectors of robotics. We still have a lead in others. But there is currently no organized national public-private partnership or plan of action on manufacturing and robotics. It hasn't really, there's a lot of people raising the alarm, but there's not sort of a concerted policy effort the way there has been in the last few years with chips.
Great, thanks. Hopefully I'll get another chance to ask about the rebuttable presumption recommendation. Thanks.
Commissioner Sims.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your testimony today.
Ms. Tobin, I want to start with you because of some things you said in your opening statement, but if others have thoughts on this as we go, I'd love to hear from you as well. I like the way that you framed brute force economics, and you said the variables in that are like force, scale, and ruthlessness. My background is in the intelligence community, and so I think a lot about these issues through that lens. And one of the things that I thought about as you were testifying was, number one, you made a comment, and I won't get this exactly right, so feel free to correct me if this isn't exactly what you said, but you effectively said the Chinese have outgrown this perception that they just steal stuff. They actually innovate now. So that's an interesting thing that's now come up in two of these panels today. But what it makes me think of is China stole so much of our stuff for so long. They still steal our stuff all the time. And I'm reminded that Stansfield Turner, who was CI director in the Carter administration, made a comment in a congressional testimony once where he basically said, if we steal or if we spy for military security, why don't we just spy for economic security as well? And so when I think about Chinese advantages over us, I think this word ruthlessness really sticks with me because they are ruthless in ways that we aren't, and this is one of those areas. So my question is, now that they are innovating, should we give strong consideration to ramping up our own economic espionage and stealing from them? And is that a moral question? If the answer is no to that, is that a moral judgment or is that an effectiveness judgment that it just would not help us? It's a long-winded question, but I'd be curious your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think you're touching on I think you're touching on a really big strategic issue that as a nation we're going to have to grapple with a lot in the coming years as China catches up to the United States and even surpasses us in a growing number of technology domains. How does that affect our strategy? The Chinese think of all of these things comprehensively, and they think in terms of comprehensive national power, and technology is one of the metrics, and economics is another, and military is another. And as they assess that their own comprehensive national power is increasing, that feeds back into their strategy-making process. And there's a delay, but I think as they catch up and surpass us in more and more domains, we're going to maybe see some changes of strategic assumptions. I think we do need to have our intelligence agencies have eyes and ears on the ground in China. It's a very hard target. It's a very challenging environment. But I think given how the Chinese have blurred the lines between military and civil, between dual-use technologies, we need to be up to speed on what they're doing. So,
but not just being up to speed. Should we steal their stuff? Should we steal it? It's what they've been doing to us. Should we steal it and use it for the economic benefit of the United States?
I think having this national conversation is very important. I don't think I have the one-stop answer, but I'm concerned that our ability to be on the ground in China as intelligence agencies has been so compromised in the past decade. The first question is, can we even do that? What would it take to what would a strategy look like to do that? I think a question that's serious is going to be up to the president and up to the Congress to supervise.
I don't blame you for not wanting to answer it. I'm not sure I'd want to answer it either. I don't know the answer. That's why it's like, just your comments about their ruthlessness made me think about turnabout is fair play, right? Like, should we really give strong consideration to leveraging the U.S. intelligence community to help win this race in ways that we haven't in the past? I don't know if, Mr. Chan, if you have any thoughts on that. Or you as well, yeah, anybody.
Could I jump in on this?
Yeah, just one quick thing on the ruthlessness. Actually, I do think we should consider certain tools and strategies that we had previously not really thought about as much before. And one of them, actually mentioned earlier by Commissioner Shrivers, was more of the use of tariffs. I think we have been, in a sense, sort of ideologically fenced in by ourselves in thinking that we are supporters of a global free market system, and we should sort of model that to many extents. And yet we see the sort of extreme measures that are taken on, for example, protectionist barriers that China carries out on not just U.S. products and on U.S. firms, but European and sort of across our allies and partners. So I think, we might want to reconsider, we might sort of almost want to reset what we're willing to think about and what would be considered fair to us. And tariffs is one of those examples where, we should really, I don't know if it's going to be a direct one-to-one matchup, but it's something where it has been very extreme on one side for a long time. And I think we should consider whether we might need to balance that out more proactively.
Can I jump in on this?
Sure, go ahead.
All right. I mean, look, there's an immediate step we can take, which is to vastly ramp up the open source monitoring that is specifically directed at Chinese technological and industrial capabilities. Those we used to have some of those capabilities within inside the U.S. government. They've pretty much dissipated. We need to rebuild them immediately, understanding that China has caught up in certain areas and has surpassed us in certain areas. Monitoring, for instance, fusion research. China has at least 3 major fusion power research initiatives going on. As far as I know, the U.S. government doesn't track them. We should be.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Price.
Thank you, and thank you all for participating today. Really appreciate it. Dr. Naughton, I want to start with something that actually might relate back to your last comment. One of your notes in your testimony is that our primary tasks are to ensure that the U.S. prevails in competition. So I wanted to pick your brain a bit about how, like on what specifically were you referencing in that last note?
Well, I mean, clearly there are a range of very sensitive technologies. I mean, AI obviously is at the top of everybody's mind right now, where, we've made a kind of national determination that this is absolutely fundamental to our security. I think there's probably 20 specific subfields that we could identify as things that we should be investing more in and taking, comprehensive steps to protect our dominance of certain aspects of these technologies. But that also means that there are hundreds of areas where our concern is really more with national competitiveness than it is with sheer technological protectionism. And so I think we really need a kind of national effort, hopefully it would be bipartisan, that would, develop smart reasoning in terms of how we do a partial decoupling. I mean, for instance, my impression would be, look, if we encourage Chinese firms to invest in solar panels and batteries in the United States, that's good for us. You don't have to call it green energy. You can call it cheap, diversified energy, and we should all be able to get behind it. It doesn't have significant security implications, unlike, say, connected vehicles. And it also attracts Chinese capitalists who are chafing under the Xi Jinping regime that's imposing all kinds of restrictions on the Chinese economy, the Chinese market economy, and especially Chinese entrepreneurial capitalists. Let's bring those guys to the United States and help them contribute to U.S. competitiveness.
Thank you. And Ms. Tobin, you said in your testimony that, as you were talking about pushing back, that you would get to some of those ideas in Q&A. So this is your moment to get to some of those ideas.
Sure, thank you. So I think, one thing that's on everybody's minds these days is DeepSeek and the questions that the Chinese launch of DeepSeek, very coincidentally, on the day that we inaugurated a new president, is what does this say about U.S. export controls? And in my mind, this only strengthens the case for doing everything we can to strengthen and protect and leverage the American advantage in hardware for AI. And that's, of course, the advanced AI chips and the data centers. So DeepSeek made some impressive advances in some aspects of AI innovation. There's different ways to innovate in AI on the training side, and that's where our advantages in chips really matters. But DeepSeek's innovations were more on the inference side, so post-training when these models are doing the thinking. And they already had access to U.S. semiconductors. Some they got through smuggling, some they got through before the controls were in place, and some they got legally. The NVIDIA H20 chip is still available for sale, and DeepSeek was using that. The point here is that we still need to strengthen and expand the export controls on chips. This is one of our key choke point advantages over China. And over time, as AI demands more and more compute, that advantage should strengthen, but only if we use it, only if we enforce those controls. So I've put some ideas in my testimony for what we need to do to strengthen our system of export controls. And the last thing I'll mention before I'll let you follow up, if you like, with other questions, is that we can envision AI actually enabling BIS, making their job easier. So we are entering the era of AI agents when we can have these AI assistants planning our vacations and doing all this great stuff. Why can't we work with our leading AI firms to develop agentic AI to support BIS in monitoring trade data, identifying idiosyncrasies, flagging things that a human agent needs to follow up on? BIS and our government agencies should be all over this, but they need support and the resources to do so.
Thank you.
Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. I'd like to take a minute to talk about the latest iteration of Made in China 2025, which is new quality productive forces. As you are all well aware, this was a Xi Jinping mantra that became a program that was adopted by the MPC and then by the Third Plenum, and essentially represents a whole of government effort to manufacture more, to produce more, to export more, particularly of advanced technologies. And this happens with the backdrop of the largest trade surplus in history, which is over $1 trillion in 2024, the largest goods surplus in history. And by 2030, if nothing is done here, the UN projects that global manufacturing value add will be 45% Chinese by 2030. These numbers are eye-popping. This seems extremely aggressive, and it seems potentially destabilizing to the global economy. So my question is, why do you think Beijing thinks they can get away with this? Is their expectation that the world is just going to smile and accept these trends indefinitely? Do you think that they believe there is no other reasonable choice? I'd be curious to hear each of the panelists' response to this. Perhaps, Ms. Tobin, you start.
Thanks. It's a great question. They have gotten away with it before. We saw the China shock story before. Obviously, China was a smaller economy. You've made the point with great data that it's now, 10x, 100x, choose your X. But they got away with it for 20 years. The CCP will respond to strength. They will keep pushing. They will keep pushing their overcapacity on the world as long as we let them. And so this is why it's encouraging to see nascent signs of countries taking action to protect themselves, put up tariff barriers and others. But, it's not enough. I think that once a number of large economies, and here the United States and the EU and Japan and Korea and others are key, if all of us are starting to put up these barriers and say no, that will get Xi Jinping's attention. But certainly I don't think he sees a serious enough resistance and pushback to make him think about changing this strategy. Once his technology is integrated into the world, I mean, we've seen how hard it is to get rid of TikTok. We've seen how hard it is to get rid of Huawei around the world. And so once it gets entangled, it's hard to push out. And that's why we need to get ahead of the sectors where they haven't yet dominated.
Dr. Chen?
Yeah, it is the big question that we're facing right now. And I think one thing that I would point out is that not only have they gotten away with it for a long time now, but I think there's a sense in Beijing that they've built up what has become a kind of mutually reinforcing industrial base. What I mean by that is across not just one sector or one industry, and not even just across the distinct industries or sectors targeted by, say, Made in China 2025, but across a huge range of overlapping manufacturing and high-tech areas. From, again, you can list the ones in Made in China 2025, you can actually list some of the new emerging ones. I think they have a sense that that creates sort of a self-reinforcing process that makes it very hard for other countries to sort of compete. And we are seeing this already in a number of emerging technologies, emerging industries that build on China's existing strengths. One is, for example, drones, drone delivery, sort of the rise of this so-called low-altitude economy that builds off of existing strength in China in drones, commercial drones in particular, sensors, sensor fusion technology, which is overlaps with AI more broadly, as well as a lot of the sort of microelectronics, semiconductors as well. So you can see all that coalesce together in a almost sort of head start in a new industry like low altitude, like drone delivery. And autonomous driving is another example where you see this sort of combination. So I think part of the danger here for us is that if we don't start to get our foot in the door for a number of these areas quickly, it will only allow China to sort of further cement its lead through this sort of self-reinforcing logic. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Naughton, before I know.
Yeah, I think we can go a step further. I think the Chinese policymakers envision a bifurcated world where China is the central manufacturing power with close relations with all of the third world and lots of countries that are sort of in between the US and EU. In other words, they envision being, having persistent high-tech manufacturing surpluses that are compensated for by raw materials and labor-intensive goods that are coming from the third world. And they don't think it through economically, they think it through strategically. I think Xi Jinping doesn't think economically. He's not, that's definitely not his forte. But they are miscalculating. And one indicator of that is everybody's worried about Chinese EV exports. Guess what? Chinese EV exports in 2024 didn't increase, right? Because countries aren't taking them. And so I think we see exactly the kind of deep economic contradictions that Commissioner Miller is talking about here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Tobin, I want to talk about some of your pushback suggestions, and I suppose the rebuttable presumption idea resonates with the litigator in me. You recommend that we create this presumption for certain critical technology sectors, drawing on the what you call the innovation in the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. So I just wanted to flesh that out a little bit. What sectors, and who do you think should decide that? Whose burden is it? Would it be, under the UFLPA, it's the importer? And then what should the burden be? Would it be the same sort of heightened standard, clear and convincing evidence? And then what would the result be? Would it simply be access, or would it be, as you said in your written testimony, access to certain lower trade barriers? And then finally, who decides? Where would the decision-making authority for evaluating all this be housed?
So, yeah, the idea is inspired by the Uyghur Forced Labor Protection Act, this idea of a rebuttable presumption where it's up to the importer to prove that there's not products made with forced labor out of Xinjiang before they get access to the U.S. market. So the idea is that we understand how the Chinese economy works, and we presume that the imports can contain subsidies unless the importer is able to prove otherwise. So I haven't mapped out all of the details of exactly this works, so I hope you'll excuse that I'm kind of riffing here. But in terms of which sectors we would target, I mean, China has given us a lot of information there. They have many lists. There's, Made in China 2025 list. There's a lot more updated industry plans, 14 five-year plans. They've told us very clearly what sectors they're targeting for the fourth industrial revolution. So I think we just take one of those lists and go with it. And that's going to cover most of the future industries that we care about. What other questions did you have? Sorry, I didn't write them all down.
So to rebut the presumption of subsidies, what would the standard be? What would the burden be? Would it be clear and convincing evidence, a comparable standard as used in the UFLPA? And then what would the result be? If they're able to rebut that presumption, is it simply access to the market, or would it be access to lower trade barriers?
Yeah, I think it would be, they would have lower trade barriers. Now, this is going to be a very hard standard for them to meet, and I think my point in teeing this up is we need to have a strategy based on reality and understanding that China is not a normal economy. It's, they don't come up, they abuse and exploit our system of rules and laws. So it's going to be pretty unlikely that a lot of Chinese importers that are deeply embedded in China's military civil fusion system and the recipient of subsidies and all that are going to be able to meet this standard. And so the point is, how do we recognize that we're not dealing with a normal trade partner that generally meets trade commitments, that generally adheres to its WTO commitments? The WTO has all kinds of rules about reporting subsidies, and China's doesn't keep to those. So it's kind of drawing attention to this larger point that instead of continuing to torture ourselves by trying to treat China as though they're any other normal trading partner, we need to give them special treatment. And that also goes back to the idea of having a bifurcated system of, a two-track system the way we had under GATT before WTO.
Let's talk about the promotion side of things. I mean, you may have heard the extensive discussion we had with our second panel about the role of investment in this strategic competition with China. And obviously, you talk about reindustrializing the United States, expanding and investing in our manufacturing capacity. But in your written testimony, you do focus on increasing R&D funding towards certain breakthrough technologies. One of the witnesses on the second panel suggested Chinese are content to let that happen as long as they control the inputs, the resources, and the markets. So we just ask for your reaction to that suggestion.
Yeah, I brought up R&D funding because the U.S. is incredibly negligent here. We don't really put much funding towards R&D in manufacturing. So Germany, Korea, Japan, and of course China really focus on this, and I think some of our competitors and allies put in 10 to 30 times the amount of funding into manufacturing R&D compared to their GDP relative to us. So we have not prioritized manufacturing innovation as a nation. We have a lot of R&D funding going into other areas, but this is simply a gap where we don't really prioritize it because I think we decided to neglect manufacturing as a sector that we care about. So it's simply about reversing that. I would say, I mean, despite how little attention we've paid to this sector over the past few decades, we have a lot of great innovation happening in manufacturing. You know, I've been to these conferences with these robotics companies and these, you know, they're inventing all this great stuff. The problem is not a lack of innovation. It's diffusion and adoption of this technology at scale. So that classic problem of getting from the lab to the factory floor, or you know, and there it's really about targeted government incentives, tax incentives, and others to help make it easier for our factories to adopt these inventions and these innovations that are still happening in the United States.
Thank you.
Commissioner Friedberg.
Thank you very much. Dr. Naughton, in your writings over the years, you've described a very systematic process through which China's industrial policies have evolved, and you talked today about these 3 stages. Can you say more about, in your view, what explains the timing of these shifts? Why 2006? Why 2016? Why 2020?
Sure. I mean, I think the first turn, and one of the reasons maybe it sort of caught us napping a little bit, was that the first turn in 2006 was really kind of natural and a sort of more of a light touch industrial policy that came after China had exhausted this, you know, this explosive growth period when people are moving off the farm and into factories producing cheap goods. So that all made sense, you know, and I don't think it was particularly alarming to us at the time. But after 2016 has these, you know, on the one hand, you have Xi Jinping pushing a much more dangerous strategic vision, and you also have their conviction, which I think we share, that there really is a technological revolution going on. So for all these reasons, China really decided that their long-term vision of greatness, of dominance, would be realized through, you know, this manufacturing superpower strategy that I think, you know, Liza really captures the urgency with which it's been pursued in the last decade.
Thank you. Would it be fair to say that each of these phases has been driven in whole or in part by strategic considerations, geopolitical calculations, as compared to concerns about national welfare and economic growth? And you say this specifically about 2016, the IDDS. 2020, it looks like that's also the case. Are we looking at something which appears to be, or which perhaps we interpret as economic strategy, which is not, in fact, purely economic strategy?
I think we have to conclude that. I mean, of course, we can't see inside Xi Jinping's mind. We don't know how he trades off these different factors, but certainly he seems to be driven by a strategic vision that is, he's willing to override economic considerations. I mean, China, I have, you know, maybe compared to the other panelists, I would emphasize a little bit more that some of China's technological achievements really are market driven, but layered on top of that is this, just as you say, this strategic impetus, which is what makes it so much more threatening to us. We have to take it seriously.
You mentioned, you described the goal of the current phase as being an ambitious policy to reproduce in China as many elements of a modern production system as possible. Does that mean that, in your view, that they are aiming for something that approximates autarky?
I think they understand that true autarky is both impossible and would be very costly, but that they're a little bit schizophrenic. They want to achieve all the benefits of autarky, you know, without quite committing to the whole thing. And as Commissioner Miller pointed out, of course that's impossible. Of course there's a contradiction, but it doesn't seem to bother them.
So you described this process as one of some partial managed decoupling. And it seems to me that China may be trying to decouple from us in certain respects. They don't want to be dependent on us for technology. I assume they would rather not to have to depend on our market, our demand as much as they have. But in other ways, it seems they're trying very hard to prevent us from decoupling from them. So it's a two-sided struggle.
It's two-sided for sure, and that's unavoidable. But at the same time, we should recognize that their policy is completely hypocritical, right? I mean, they denounce decoupling from others, but follow it themselves. And that's because they want to shape the forms in which it takes, where they can maintain as much access as possible in certain critical areas, while, when they can't substitute it, but then substitute for the ones where they can.
Last question. Why the urgency now? What is it? You described the policymakers as being impatient with market-conforming mechanisms. Is that part of Xi Jinping's sort of general inclination towards statism? Is it based, do you think, on a perceived increase in the risk of conflict that makes it more important for them to achieve these goals sooner?
I think those are all factors for sure. I think the first round of the trade war, of our side of the trade war, I think it shocked them and it scared them, and they decided that they were, systematically reduce vulnerabilities. And I think they were very surprised in the fall of 2023 when the Biden administration not only cranked up the technological sanctions, but made them much more finely targeted. I don't think they expected that the U.S. government was capable of that. And so when it happened, that led to an even further sense of urgency on their part.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Brands.
Thank you. Ms. Tobin, I would like to pick up on your point about the arsenal of autocracy outstripping the arsenal of democracy. And I think that's really important, and it's an issue that's starting to get the attention that it deserves over the past 2 or 3 years, in large part because of what's happened in Ukraine. And so I'd be interested just to hear you say a little bit more about the dimensions of that challenge. Are there specific areas of the defense industrial base that particularly concern you? What does a strategy for dealing with those vulnerabilities look like? And then finally, how do you think about the issue of time and timing in thinking about this issue, where presumably your strategy might look different if you thought you had a 15-year timeline to a potential conflict than if you think you have a 3 to a 5-year timeline?
I don't think there is a sharp distinction between our manufacturing industrial base as a whole and the arsenal of democracy or our defense industrial base. I think the innovations that I'm so excited about, this industrial AI, offers potential. Some of the cutting-edge applications are absolutely dual use or have military applications. I met with companies that are designing these factories of the future that can quickly produce parts for drones, for aerospace, for automotive. All of these things are dual use. And again, the problem is not coming up with creative ways to do this, coming up with innovations. The problem is scaling, and then there's a whole other set of problems with government organization and procurement. And so the question, what we need to do, I think, is, tear down some of these barriers that prevent these innovative companies from helping out the defense industrial base. They are knocking at the door, but oftentimes they don't know who to call. They don't know what door to knock on. I'm sure you're very familiar with the problems with the DoD procurement system. So in terms of your question of timing, this technology is here, it's happening. If we meet again next year, it'll be even different and even better. The problem is on the government side. The U.S. government has a unique ability to convene. And if you call these folks, they will happily come, they will happily talk to you, they will happily sign up to offer these cutting edge technologies very quickly. But the problem is on the government side.
And could you maybe say a little bit about how you think about the multilateral or the coalition aspects of this? And so you could, in theory, you could say there are certain things that the U.S. has to have the sovereign capability to produce. And then maybe there are certain things that we can lean on allies for help in producing, or if you're thinking about shipbuilding or something like that, the gap is just too severe for the U.S. to make it up on a unilateral national basis. And so is there a way of conceptualizing things that we can do, in cooperation with key allies and partners to create sort of a more resilient, democratic industrial base?
Sure, our allies and partners certainly have a role. The U.S. is far and away the leader with China close behind us in AI. But I think when it comes to things like shipbuilding and drones and other select technologies, certain aspects of the semiconductor stack, some of our allies are in the lead. And so there's absolutely, there's strategic and economic and defense value in building a system that integrates them. Korea on shipbuilding, of course, the Netherlands and Japan on the semiconductor stack, Japan and Korea as well. In drones, I was encouraged that Taiwan is trying to kind of restart their industrial base there. Hopefully Ukraine can get to a point, there will be peace when they can sell drones to the world. So there's absolutely a role for allies and partners in a way that is economically desirable. And the point here is that the U.S. has the world's biggest market. We have enough weight that we can throw around in many contexts. But in some situations, even the massive market demand of the United States, the massive market demand of the Pentagon isn't enough to create the demand pull that industry needs to jumpstart production of some of these technologies that take a long time to develop and a long time to build, and the market mechanisms aren't there. And so combining the market demand of democratic market economies is going to be the key there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have probably time for second round if it's limited. So you want it in, Jonathan? No? Okay. So that sounds like that'll take up the remainder of the time. Commissioner Keiken, then Commissioner Miller.
Ms. Tobin, Hal actually was going the direction I was going to go with you on the military-industrial complex. So anytime we talk about research and development, manufacturing, totally get the idea. Implementation of that is something that when you have that conversation in a red state or a blue state, it's immediately perceived as job losses. How do you, I think I know how you're going to answer this, but I'd really like to just hear you give the response and how we should think about that in that context, because it does make it very difficult to sort of move forward in that policy space because of those concerns. So what's your reaction to that? And then I have a follow-up.
The job losses have already occurred. They were lost years ago to China. And so where we are now is not having the workers we need to fill these factories. And so we need an all-of-the-above approach. It's clearly a very sensitive political issue. Automation, the word kind of triggers an allergic reaction in some quarters. I think we need a public-private marketing campaign to envision what these very technology-oriented manufacturing jobs look like, and get people excited. And this is everything from apprenticeships to industry-sponsored training programs. There's a lot of small-scale things happening, but the problem is they're quite dispersed. Some things happen at the local level, the state level, some federal programs. No one's got the stick. We don't have a national advocate for manufacturing workforce. And so we don't have someone kind of telling this positive story of what this can look like. So I think instead of sort of framing all of this in terms of job losses, we have to develop this positive narrative between industry and government and go out and pound the pavement with it.
There's a ton of energy around the idea of revitalizing and improving the defense industrial base, which is something that Commissioner Brands was just talking about. I think what's been happening over the last few years is we're pouring money into shipyards and some of these facilitization issues. But my sense is that we're not pouring money into some of the very things that you talked about, which would actually deliver capability faster than the sort of efforts that we're pushing. Well, I'd like your reaction to that one. And then the second one, I'm not sure if you're able to do this, but what have you seen as you've looked at this problem as to how China is approaching advanced manufacturing in shipyards, in their military industrial, or in their defense industrial base? Are you seeing them deploying advanced manufacturing capabilities? I assume you are. Would you like your reaction there as well?
Yeah, in terms of shipyards, we're way behind there. I was out in Hawaii visiting some of my relatives, and one of my second cousins is a young college student who is going to school to learn about the shipbuilding industry in Pearl Harbor. And I asked him if artificial intelligence was part of his curriculum, and he's like, no, not yet. And I was like, holy cow. I mean, so we need to start there. I mean, this should be something that we're diving into head first. China is absolutely all over this. So a few years ago, again, to come back to robotics, they were behind in robotics. They were a net massive importer. They were importing robots mainly from Japan and Germany and other places. They still are dependent on robots, but they're starting to fill the gap and import less and less and start to deploy their own industrial robots. They are vigilantly focused on the fourth industrial revolution. The issue is they've been working at this for decades, so they have a massive and very sophisticated industrial base. And when you are working on the factory floor, you naturally find innovative process innovation, ways to do things better. So they're all over that. In terms of pouring money into the right thing, again, I keep kind of coming back to the small and medium-sized enterprises, but we need to give these guys a break, just make it tax incentives for taking on these digital systems and getting the training, getting the infrastructure, the software packages, this adaptation to become digital, to enter the 21st century and to integrate AI and digital technologies in both existing factories and new factories. That's not a lot of money. We're not talking about another CHIPS Act. That would be nice, but you could do this for a whole lot less.
Thank you.
We are just about at time, but Commissioner Miller, I think you can close us out.
Sure. I would love to ask for an additional 45 minutes to dig deeper into Ms. Tobin's pushback strategies, which I note are very much the same strategies identified as critical in our key economic strategies hearing last year. But I won't do that, mindful of time. I do want to ask a final question, though, that we asked of the other two panels of experts. A very simple, very brief response only. How would you best characterize export controls on key technologies in the areas of your expertise? Would you call them absolutely critical, useful, not important, or counterproductive? Each one of you, just very briefly. Who'd like to start?
Essential.
Okay.
Absolutely critical.
I agree. Critical.
Thank you all.
Well, with that, I will close out the third panel. Thanks again to the witnesses. It's really excellent discussion. I appreciate your insights. And now it's time for Commissioner Kuiken's 45-minute closing statements.
Hopefully it'll be less than 45 seconds in closing. Thank you again to all of our witnesses for their excellent testimonies today. You can find those testimonies as well as a recording of the hearing on our website, uscc.gov. I'd like to note that the Commission's next hearing will take place on Thursday, February 20th. The hearing title is An Axis of Autocracy, China's Relations with Russia, Iran, and North Korea. And with that, we adjourn.